Seo Jun, or simply Kim, a 27-year-old natural awakener born with immense strength. Despite his potential, Kim works a laborious job collecting monster bodies for a living. His parents died when he was young, and their debts fell onto him. For the last 9 years, he has been working tirelessly, hoping to become a pro hunter someday. One day, Kim hears people calling his name. They ask him whether he's still passionate about becoming a pro hunter. Kim replies, "Yes, I'm just saving up for the fee, it's quite expensive." He then checks his bank account and smiles. He has managed to save $40,000. Just then, an ad appears on his phone for Transition Academy. Kim is confused, he's never even heard of such an academy. More messages follow, stating that the academy is relocating and is home to powerful and knowledgeable individuals. In fact, some of the academy's graduates have become 9th-class masters and 5th-class sages. The messages claim that if Kim joins, he too could become a trans ed. Kim, in disbelief, says, "What kind of joke is this?" He finds the academy's website to be plain and normal, but the names of the professors seem incredibly strange. Still curious, Kim decides to visit the academy. He wonders what the Great Heaven Sage is talking about. Little does he know that this so-called sage is none other than Sun Wukong, the powerful figure we mentioned earlier. Kim starts watching Wukong's video. Wukong greets viewers and says, "Hello, nice to meet you all. My name is Sun Wukong, and my weapon is my staff." He continues, "But simply telling you won't be enough, you won't understand. So let me show you instead." The scene begins with Wukong speaking. He says, "First, perfect your movements, pull your staff back, and then launch a focused attack on a single point of the enemy." Next, we are shown the result of this attack. It was extremely powerful. The mountain that was struck by the attack completely disappeared. Witnessing this, Kim exclaims in shock, "What was that? This seems absolutely impossible." He continues, "Even an S-class hunter would find it extremely difficult to pull off something like this." Suddenly, Kim receives a notification. "If you want to attend the lecture about this technique, click on Register." As soon as Kim clicks on the Register button, an error message pops up. The system informs him that he cannot proceed because he is not a member of the academy. Shortly after, another message appears. Kim being asked to first purchase a membership. But right after, the membership fee starts calculating, and the final amount comes out to be $40,000. Kim looks at it closely, then steps back and shouts, "This is a scam." A little while later, we're shown an old man who comments, "Maybe you going to join an academy. That's why you look so happy. By the way, which academy are you registering for?" Kim replies, "I've heard of something called the Arc Hunter Academy. I've also heard the teachers there are amazing." The old man smiles and says, "Don't forget me once you become a hunter. And all the cleaning contracts for the monsters you kill, give them to me." Hearing this, Kim thinks to himself, that actually sounds pretty exciting. Killing monsters. But just then, a voice interrupts, "If you want to laugh, be ready to cry as well." Suddenly, a monster hanging above falls right on top of Kim. And with that, Chapter 1 ends. The next scene takes us to a hospital, where Kim is undergoing treatment. The doctor informs him that his leg is fractured. When Kim asks his company to cover his treatment costs, they refuse, saying it wasn't their fault. As a result, Kim has to pay the full amount of $40,000 himself. While sitting there, he reflects with frustration, "I worked hard for 9 years and saved up for the academy, but it all went to waste." Anger starts boiling inside him. At that moment, a notification sound pops up on Kim's phone. The message says that the Transition Academy's fee has been reduced due to a sale. We then learn that after the previous incident, Kim had tried searching for the Transition Academy, but he couldn't find it anywhere online. And now, suddenly, it has reappeared. As Kim checks again, the fee starts calculating, and this time it comes out to just $3,000. He thinks to himself, "When I had $40,000, they asked for $40,000. And now that I only have $3,000, they re-asking for $3,000. Strange." Still, Kim decides to give it a try. When he clicks on the registration button, the exact $3,000 that his uncle had just given him suddenly lifts into the air and vanishes. Then, Kim receives a notification saying, "You have successfully become a member of Transition Academy." His phone starts glowing. From the phone, a person emerges and asks, "Your name is King Sujin, right? I'm in charge of your initial education. My role is that of a mentor." Kim responds, "Oh, so your name is Mentor?" The mentor introduces himself, saying, "Yes, my name is Mentor, and mentoring is also my job." Hearing this, Kim responds, "So, you that Otis teacher?" The mentor nods and replies, "Yes, Otis was my very first student. Later, he became a transcendent, and he's still in touch with me." The mentor further explains that all the teachers at their academy are transcendents. Kim, a bit confused, asks, "Does that mean your academy is only for transcendents and not for hunters?" The mentor firmly responds, how can you even compare a hunter to a transcendent? There's a vast difference between the two. Kim tries to reason, but S-class hunters are also incredibly powerful. The mentor smiles and replies, our instructors can defeat an S-class hunter with just one finger. So tell me, what would you choose? Suddenly, a selection screen appears in front of Kim, filled with several options like combat, art, music, mind, and many more. The mentor tells him to choose what kind of transcendent he wants to become in the future. Kim selects combat. Next, he is asked a question, what is your strength? Kim hesitates and admits, I don't have an answer. The mentor probes further, can you crush a mountain with your punch? Kim denies. Can you destroy it in one strike? Again, Kim says no. The mentor starts wondering, how did he even get accepted into this academy? Soon, Kim is visibly exhausted. This test consists of 108 questions. The mentor then tells him, now you have a free pass. You can attend any lecture. Give me some time to analyze your profile. After checking, the mentor says, so you want to specialize in spearsmanship under combat. For you, mana cultivation and spear mastery would be suitable. He adds, the Great Heaven Sage path would be a good match, but currently, you can't even move a mountain. So for now, I'll assign a new teacher for you. Just then, Kim receives a message, your mental state is very weak. You should take Buddha's lecture. You're not just physically injured, you're emotionally overwhelmed as well. The mentor agrees, yes, your first lecture should be with Gautam Buddha. Kim is surprised, saying, Buddha is a very famous instructor. If I can learn his soul purification technique, I can even make good money from it. He gets another message, if you want to attend the lecture, click to register. The title reads, Unwavering Heart. Kim asks the mentor about it, and the mentor explains, unwavering heart is essential to becoming a transcendent. The mentor then says, I will now analyze your profile further. I'll be back soon. And with that, he disappears. Kim begins attending the lecture. Gautam Buddha starts by asking, where do you think this world truly exists? Kim is caught in thought, wondering, is this really Gautam Buddha? The lecture begins. Buddha says, we can never compare ourselves to others. Slowly, Kim starts forming an image of Buddha within his own soul. At that moment, a message pops up, Kim has understood 0.6% of Buddha's lecture. Time skips forward to 1 week later. A doctor speaks to Kim, your recovery speed is incredible. Even though you're awakened, this is still exceptionally fast. Kim is deep in thought, wondering whether what he's experiencing is just his imagination. He feels that the Buddha lecture played a significant role in his recovery. However, the doctor then tells him that if he really doesn't know how his recovery happened, he should take a week's rest. Kim agrees to this suggestion. While reflecting on everything, Kim realizes that Transaction Academy has been a pretty good deal for him. He says to himself that since he can now move his body, he can finally attend Chiron's lecture too. As the lecture begins, a character is introduced, who greets him saying, nice to meet you, my name is Chiron. We learn that Chiron is a mythical being, half human and half horse. The lecture starts with Chiron instructing, whatever I teach, you must write it down in a notebook. Suddenly, he yells, get up, startling Kim. A message pops up on the screen informing Kim that, based on his current condition, he is about to receive a specific task. A full list of daily training tasks appears. The list includes 30 kilometers of running, 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, 150 pull-ups. Kim hesitates, recalling that the doctor advised him to rest for a week. He decides to postpone the daily tasks and instead plans to continue listening to the Buddha lecture. However, an error message keeps appearing on the screen, indicating that until he completes his current task, he won't be allowed to access any other lectures. That's when Kim notices that his membership has only 83 days left. Realizing he doesn't have much time left to become stronger, he resolves not to waste a single day. He talks to himself, admitting that although he doesn't have a strong reason to exercise, he wants to become a pro hunter, and for that, he must become strong. Kim begins his training. He starts with push-ups and proudly exclaims that his 9 years of hard work are finally paying off. He believes he's completed all 300 push-ups, but when he checks his tab, only 81 have been counted. It becomes clear that unless the exercises are done properly, they won't be registered. Determined, Kim begins doing each task with proper form. Gradually, he completes 300 push-ups, 150 pull-ups, 300 sit-ups, 1,000 squats. Finally, during his 30-kilometer run, Kim starts to question the logic behind such intense training. Nevertheless, he manages to finish the run. A confirmation message appears, he has successfully completed the task. Exhausted, Kim collapses on the road, saying, this is insanity. How can anyone do this every day? People around him start to take notice, staring at him in surprise. The scene then shifts. Kim arrives at a new place where an elderly woman, referred to as Granny, greets him, saying, so you finally made it here. Their relationship is not yet explained. Granny looks at Kim and asks, "Have you just started exercising? Your body looks great." Kim agrees, acknowledging her compliment. We see a news report on television where dead monsters are being delivered. Suddenly, level 4 and level 5 monsters attack that location. It turns into a major disaster that could have taken many lives. Fortunately, the hunters arrive just in time and save everyone. These hunters are from the Gone Academy. Granny then says, "Kim, you, also an awakened, right? That means you, a hunter too. Soon, you'll also be appearing on TV." Just then, a man's voice is heard saying, "Do you really think any random person can appear on TV?" Granny replies, "Well, a lot of things have changed now." The uncle scoffs and says, "You, still a student. You, not even a candidate yet. You, not part of any academy. All you're doing is working out. You might as well give up on becoming a hunter." Kim starts to get angry after hearing all this. Granny responds, "You shouldn't talk to someone like that." The uncle shrugs and says, "I was just giving him advice." Kim firmly replies, "I can make my own decisions. I don't need your advice." Saying this, Kim walks out of the room. The scene shifts. We see a girl who says, "I hate hunters. What's even the point of creating an academy?" Suddenly, a monster attacks her. She angrily says, "What's the use of all this money?" She then slices the monster in half with a single blow. She continues, "I have an academy, but there's no one in it. It's so annoying." Then, we are shown Kim, who returns home and says, "Finally, I made it back." The doctors around him are shocked. They wonder how he recovered so quickly from such serious injuries in just 2 weeks. Kim thinks to himself, "I still have a whole year left to prepare for the hunter's examination. I'll train properly." He quickly checks his phone to see if the next lecture has started since he just completed his last task. He finds out that the next lecture is available and starts watching it. Chiro, the instructor, says, "You still look like a child, so all I can give you are toys to play with." Kim feels disappointed and says, "Am I still just a child?" Chiro's lecture begins. He explains that although Kim has gained some abilities, to become a transcendent, the first step is to gain control over his senses. We see that Kim finishes watching the lecture and has completed 7 units of progress. The next morning, Kim's manager says, "I thought you had undergone a major surgery, but you look completely fine." However, Kim is thinking to himself, "I don't have any options left. I don't even have money for food." Kim sits down, worried. "Right now, food is my biggest problem. Without eating, I can't attend lectures or complete my daily tasks." Then, we see an old man arrive. Kim is watching his previous lecture again, where Chiro is teaching about the 5 senses and also reveals a method to boost progress, the hidden power within, known as the 6th sense. The old man says, "Hey, you came back pretty quickly." Kim dodges him with impressive reflexes, surprising both of them. The old man exclaims, "How did you dodge that? Do you have eyes on the back of your head?" Then he scolds, "If you are just sitting around, why don't you do some work?" A moment later, the old man observes and says, "Isn't 200 kilograms a bit much?" But Kim isn't affected by the weight at all. The old man is shocked, while Kim starts to feel stronger and more confident. He thinks, "Should I just complete my daily task now since I might not have time later?" Kim tries doing a squat and checks if he performed it correctly and whether it will count. To his surprise, the screen shows that because of the heavy weight, the squat count has increased to 3. He becomes very happy. The old man yells from behind, "It's break time now. You should rest too." But Kim is too thrilled and shouts, "I want more weight." The old man worries, "Isn't that a bit too much?" We then see that Kim has started lifting the remains of many monsters and using them in his exercises. He cheerfully says, "This way, my tasks will be completed faster." The old man, now angry, warns, "You'll end up hurting yourself if you keep doing this." Kim had a habit of completing all his tasks quickly. Every night, when he returned home, he would say, "At this rate, I'll be able to finish my daily tasks quickly." However, he acknowledged that it took a bit more effort than expected. After completing his tasks for the day, Kim would double-check to see if he had missed anything, but everything was already done. That made him wonder, "I've completed all my tasks way too early today, and my next lecture isn't until 10 o'clock. That's a lot of wasted time." But Kim wasn't one to waste time. He thought, "Why not use my free pass to attend one of the ongoing lectures?" He noticed that a lecture was currently in progress. The title read, "You will become so strong you could move a mountain." The instructor's name was Xiang Yu, though they simply referred to him as Xiang. Kim learned that Xiang was a GA man, Xiao Yu King, a powerful being in his own right. Kim thought, "This doesn't seem too bad, and it's free, so might as well check it out." Then Xiang began the lesson by saying, "Oh, so you want to learn spearmanship?" He turned to Kim and scoffed, "Someone like you, who doesn't even know the basics, wants to learn how to wield a spear." Kim felt disheartened. He thought, he just insulted me right to my face. Some people might have gotten angry at that kind of insult, and Kim admitted that even he might have, at first. But then Xiang said, "All right, if you really want to learn, I'll teach you. First, learn how to hold the spear. Strengthen your body. Sharpen your senses. Only then should you come back." The lecture ended abruptly, and a task popped up on the screen: swing the spear 5,000 times. Kim stared in disbelief. What kind of lecture was that? He didn't even say two proper words. Was that even a lecture? And now this task: swing a spear 5,000 times? Do all lectures come with daily tasks? Can't there be one without them? The scene then shifted to a girl, one we had briefly seen earlier, fighting. She, too, was a hunter. A man stood behind her, trying to flatter her, saying, "Because of you, all our lives were saved." We learned that the girl was a B-class hunter named Park Sunyo, though we would be referring to her simply as Sunyo. She humbly responded, "I've fixed everything, but you should still confirm once on your own." The man nodded, "All right, we'll handle the rest. You don't need to worry." Nearby, too, people were having a conversation. "Do you know who that girl is?" one asked. The other replied, "Yes, I think she's part of the Great End Sword Star. Her name is Shaun." When Kim heard the name Sword Star, he was shocked. We then got a glimpse into the past, a flashback from 100 years ago, when the first appearances of the Ape-Ars, likely a name for monsters or supernatural beings, began. At that time, people didn't even know about awakeners, and the monsters were far more dangerous, often roaming the streets. It was a dark era when humanity stood at the edge of extinction. Then, a man appeared, one who could slay a monster in a single blow. His name was Park Mansion. Thanks to him, civilization had the chance to grow again. He was hailed as a savior of the world and became known as a hero. A long time had passed since then. He must have grown old by now, but he remained powerful, strong enough to take on anyone in a fight. Returning to the present, Kim sighed and said, "Ugh, why am I even thinking about that? I only regret my poverty." Watching him, Shaun asked an old man nearby, "What's wrong with this guy?" The old man replied, "I don't know. He's been acting this way for weeks." Shaun walked away, muttering, "Looks like he's lost his mind." Kim finishes his workout by counting 45, 46, and then turns to the old man, saying that he's leaving the monster pieces to him. He explains that there's a deeper meaning behind all of this, something only they truly understand. The old man, however, warns Kim, saying that if he keeps doing this every day, it will eventually destroy him. Kim remains calm, but suddenly, the old man panics. One of the monsters that Shun had previously defeated starts moving again. It's still alive, and it begins advancing toward the old man to attack. Seeing this, Kim becomes deeply concerned for the old man's safety. Just as tension builds, the scene shifts. Now, we see Shun. Behind her, two people are whispering to each other. One says, "Hey, did you know she's a hunter?" The other quickly hushes him, "Don't say it so loud, she might hear you." What they don't realize is that Shun can hear them clearly. She silently listens as they question how someone who is the granddaughter of a legendary Sword Star can be so weak. We then learn that even though Shun is the Sword Star's granddaughter, the name is all she truly has. People don't genuinely respect her. She recalls how, during the hunter exam, her grandfather appeared and got her a direct pass. Since then, people constantly compare her to him. A flashback reveals Shun telling her grandfather that she doesn't want to be a hunter, she wants to become a teacher. But her grandfather doesn't listen. He tells her it doesn't matter what she wants, he has decided that she will be a hunter, and that's final. Shun laments how different her life turned out from what she had imagined. So, she decided to start an academy. But when people discovered it wasn't the Sword Star himself who would be teaching, but Shun instead, they left. Despite all her efforts to bring students in, she was ultimately left alone. The story returns to the present. Shun, walking alone, wonders if she will ever find someone who would join her academy based on her name alone. Just then, chaos erupts nearby. An old man is shouting at everyone to run, warning them of a monster attack. Shun is stunned. The scene shifts back to Kim. He's still trying to figure out how the dead monster suddenly revived. The old man yells at Kim to run and save himself, insisting not to worry about him. But Kim thinks to himself, an ordinary person can't defeat a monster, and even an awakener can't do it without mana. Worst of all, this is a 2-star monster. It would take a professional hunter to take it down. Kim wishes Shun were here, she could have handled it, but no one knows where she went. He realizes he's not powerful enough to defeat the monster, but someone has to step up to save the old man. The question is, who? As Kim is lost in thought, the monster suddenly attacks. Kim grabs a nearby metal rod and lunges at the monster, but it easily dodges. Still, Kim manages to push it away from the old man and urges him to run. The old man suggests they both escape together, but Kim refuses. If they both run, who will distract the monster? We see Kim trembling from fear. He tells himself that he needs to buy time until a pro hunter arrives. In his mind, he keeps repeating, "Don't panic, don't hesitate." This is Kim's first time in such a situation. Just then, a memory surfaces, Gautam Buddha's teaching about peace. Kim feels like he's entering another dimension, absorbing the lecture deeply. He realizes that he must control his emotions. But the monster strikes again, forcing Kim to respond. As he steps forward for a counterattack, he repeats in his head, "Calm down, calm down." When the monster closes in again, Kim remembers a lecture from Chiro. Chiro had said, if you relayed during a close-range attack and your enemy strikes first, don't think too much. Just let your senses take over. Kim follows this advice. Amazingly, he dodges the monster's attack and moves back skillfully. He realizes that the key is not to overthink, just trust his instincts. Then, Kim makes a high leap and spots the monster's weak point. He thinks, should I strike now or not? That's when he recalls something his spearfighting teacher, Shangyu, once said. Shangyu tells Kim that during an attack, if he ever experiences hesitation, the power of that hesitation attack will be so immense that it could slice a mountain clean in half. Hearing this, Kim gains a little confidence. After all, if it's a technique capable of cutting through a mountain, then it should be strong enough for him too. Kim begins to execute the attack, and we get a glimpse of his overpowered look from the beginning of the series. He successfully launches the attack, which turns out to be incredibly powerful, so much so that it creates a shockwave. Just then, Cheyenne arrives at the scene and is visibly shocked. The monster Kim had attacked is split cleanly in two. Following this, Kim's lecture stats are shown, and we see significant progress: 10 points in Chiron's lecture, 6 in Siddhartha Gautama's, and 13 in Changyu's. Cheyenne is surprised and confused. She wonders how someone who used to just pick up monster parts, without even wielding a weapon, could manage to defeat such a powerful monster. Kim himself is a bit shocked too. But then he remembers the old man, and without saying anything to Cheyenne, he walks past her calling out to the old man. The old man laughs and assures Kim that he's fine, asking Kim not to end up in the hospital again. All the workers around start praising Kim. Cheyenne, looking at him, finally thinks, I found exactly what I was looking for, a perfect candidate to teach. Meanwhile, the manager instructs everyone not to speak a word about the incident. Everyone says goodbye and heads home. As Kim walks home, he checks his phone and is shocked to see that the progress in all his lectures has increased significantly. He reflects that he never made this much progress before, even when he regularly attended lectures. But now, after that fight, his lecture points have seen a huge jump. That's when he realizes, if he wants to improve faster, he needs to fight monsters more often. However, there's a problem: he's not a certified hunter yet. This means he can't enter any dungeons. So, he concludes that he must start saving money to take the Hunter Academy entrance exam. At that moment, someone calls out to him. He turns around to see Cheyenne standing right behind him. She asks if he has a moment to talk. Kim thinks, isn't this the granddaughter of the Sword Star? What business could she possibly have with me? Still, he replies, all right, say what you want to. Say, quickly. Cheyenne responds bluntly, would you like to meet my grandfather? Kim, in a calm and detached way, replies, no. Why would I? What would I gain from that? Cheyenne smirks and says, I knew you were going to say yes. Then she pauses, a bit thrown off. Wait, did he just reject me? She tries to convince Kim again and again, but he doesn't pay much attention. All he can think about is getting home and finishing his lectures. Finally, Kim asks her directly, can you just tell me clearly what you want from me? For the first time, we're told that Cheyenne has never felt so frustrated. She finally blurts out, I want you to join my academy. Kim replies, oh, so that's what you want. But I've heard there isn't a single member in your academy. Cheyenne, taken aback, thinks to herself, did he just insult me indirectly? But I know he wants to become a hunter too, though he hasn't told me yet. Shun then talks to Kim, telling him, whatever you want, we'll do it. We also have some of the best equipment and weapons. The only thing we're missing is a good instructor, but I'll find one for you. Despite this, Kim refuses. Shun becomes serious and says, fine, if you want, my grandfather can teach you. Kim responds, no, I don't want to learn from your grandfather. Shun wonders, what kind of person is this? He doesn't even want to learn from a sword star. Shun then thinks, no, I can't let him go just like this. She asks Kim, What are your plans for your hidden test? Kim replies, it's none of your business. Shun insists, you fight well, and you defeat monsters easily, but you, still not a hunter, so you can't go on a raid. Kim asks, if I join your hunter academy, can you get me a temporary license? Shun replies, yes, we have the necessary government authority, so we can get you a temporary license that will allow you to go on raids. Hearing this, Kim slows down a bit. Shun thinks to herself, he's slowing down now, I just need to push him a bit more to get him into the academy. Shun continues, if you want, you don't need any training from us. You can train on your own at different places. We won't even charge you a fee unless you want to pay one. Kim responds, no one here is kind enough to offer all this for free. So tell me, what's in it for you? Shun explains, I want you to go to the 7 competitions under our academy's name before you take the Pro Hunter exam. If you go, please make sure to mention our academy's name. Kim thinks, this isn't a bad deal. He then says to Shun, okay, tell me why you want me to go. Shun replies, we've seen a lot of potential in you. Kim thinks to himself, this isn't a bad offer after all. And she's not such a bad person. Kim extends his hand and says, my name is Kim Shojon. This means that Kim has agreed to join the academy. Shun responds, my name is Park Sunan. The next day, Kim receives a call on his phone. An old man on the other end says, Kim, our manager resigned yesterday. Do you know anything about this? Kim denies any knowledge of it and thinks, maybe this is because of yesterday's accident. Kim reaches the academy where Shun is waiting for him. She hands him the temporary Hunter Academy license. Kim thinks, I expected this to take some time, but she really got it done quickly. He feels that this is his first step towards fulfilling his dream and wonders what lies ahead. Kim then asks Shun, how do you do a dungeon raid? Shun tells him, first, pick a weapon from the ones we have, and then we'll go for a raid. They are shown inside a dungeon where Kim is easily defeating rat-like monsters. Kim asks, why are you following me inside the dungeon? Shun replies, why wouldn't I follow you? You are the only one in our academy. If something happens to you, what will I do? Shun continues, you should be happy that I am with you. Take care of your safety, even if it's just a low-class dungeon. Kim thinks, this dungeon is good for gaining experience, even though it's only a 2-star dungeon. But suddenly, a monster attacks him from behind. Kim dodges it easily, counterattacks with his spear, and thinks to himself, this ability is pretty good, especially for someone who doesn't use much energy. As he progresses, Kim's success rate increases, and he's thrilled. He also thinks to himself, by raiding dungeons, I can make money too. Shun says, I already knew this guy was weird, but now it's confirmed. Ever since he arrived, he's just been sitting in front of a black screen. But we all know why, because only Kim can see that screen. No one else can. As Shun is lost in thought, imagining all this, we see Kim fighting in the dungeons like a total pro. He's using monster body parts as weights to work out right inside the dungeon. It's already midnight, and the lecture still isn't over. Kane starts wondering, did I just let a lunatic join my academy? Cut to Kim, who's looking extremely happy. And there's only one thing that brings him joy, money. He now has 9,510 in his balance. He earned this by dismantling the monsters he defeated during his dungeon raids. But Kim thinks to himself, with all this work, I barely have time left for lectures and daily tasks. Maybe I should ask that old man to help dismantle the monsters. But no worries, I'll ask him when I get time. Then he realizes, I've got almost $10,000 now, what should I do with it? He notices that ever since he started raiding dungeons, his lecture progress has slowed down. He sighs, if only I had a trick to become strong like Sun Wukong, and that's when an idea strikes. Earlier, I couldn't afford Sun Wukong's lectures, but now I have money. He clicks on register for the lecture, and then, 27 million? Kim yells, 27 million? I'd have to sell myself to afford this. He gets a bit gloomy and mutters, this is insanity. How am I ever supposed to gather that much money? Trying to distract himself, he checks the academy store, wondering if there are any good items he can buy instead. The store is filled with equipment, interesting ones at that. Kim thinks, are these good quality items by Earth standards? I don't know much about gear, but they look weird. Are these really meant for training? Still, he has basic knowledge about weapons, he can at least tell which ones are powerful and which are useless. From what he sees, all the gear seems to be made of transgender material. And let's be real, only a crazy person would pass on these kinds of items. Eventually, Kim clicks purchase on a spare item. but we aren't told whether he actually bought it or not. The next day, we see Kim's doing push-ups, 72? 73, Shun watches him, surprised. Wow, you're really working hard today. Kim says, I knew it. Its actual price must be over $1 million. But then, we are shown that the spare's price was just 100,000. Kim thinks, this is injustice. A poor guy like me can't afford this stuff. Why does everything always come down to money? Without cash, I can't buy anything from the store, nor can I attend Sun Wukong's lecture. Just then, Shun calls out to him, Academy contestant. Kim replies, Academy contestant? Shun nods. You must have heard about it. Kim says, yeah, I've heard a bit, but I don't know much. So, Shun explains, you just have to go there and fight your opponent. I've already submitted your name. You'll be representing our academy. Only academy-approved fighters can enter. She hands Kim a paper showing his current level. Then she explains, everyone's divided into parts, level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. As you grow, so does your level, and your academy privileges increase. That's why all academies send their best hunters there. Kim asks, so you want me to enter this competition and win? Shun confirms, exactly, that's the idea. Kim thinks, all competitions involve fighting. That could help increase my lecture progress too, and finally, he agrees. Shun is shocked. You seriously agreed to participate? Kim nods. Yup, after all, this is part of our deal, right? But before that, tell me a bit more about the rules. Shun says, I don't know everything, but from what I do know, you'll raid dungeons, collect experience, and eventually face a duel against another fighter. Kim thinks to himself, I've fought monsters, sure, but I've never fought another human before. Then, an idea hits him. What if I fight Shun? That would give me at least some human combat experience. Shun agrees to spar with him, but internally, she's worried. This fight is going to be totally unfair. Shun thinks to herself, it feels like I'm about to beat up a child. Meanwhile, Kim secretly starts getting excited and says, finally, I get to fight. And anyway, Shun is just a B-class hunter. At the very least, I'll gain some experience from this. He adds, plus, she's trained under Sword Star, so this is going to be a valuable chance. Now Kim is visibly cheerful. He says, I really want to see how strong Miss Shun actually is. Shun looks at him and says, do you seriously want to fight me? Kim confidently replies, yes. With that, both of them get into fighting stance. Kim, a little nervous, says, please go easy on me. I'm still not that skilled in combat. Shun replies, don't worry, I'll keep that in mind. In fact, I'll let you make the first move. Kim charges at her with full force and launches his first attack. But Shun effortlessly dodges it. Inside her mind, though, she's thinking, this is getting strange. He used to be much slower before. But now he's clearly faster. And even his attack style, it's changed a little. I think I underestimated him. When he fought that monster, he looked like a complete professional. She keeps analyzing. Where is he even getting this level of confidence from? He's seriously trying to fight me. Well, whatever. He might actually be a perfect candidate. Out loud, she says, fine. No matter what, I'll only need one strike to finish this. She moves in and strikes. But to her shock, Kim manages to block the attack, successfully. Even though Kim looks slightly shaken and says, wow. That was really tough. Shun, still stunned, stares at him and thinks, how did he even block that? I injected my mana into that strike. Now the scene shifts to Kim. He's changed. He smiles and says, now this. This is what a real fight feels like. We see his whole demeanor shift. His mind flashes back to his training. If your opponent is much stronger than you, don't let the thought of losing enter your head. Never believe you can't win. And now, we are watching that exact lesson come to life. Kim's eyes begin to glow. He prepares to unleash his final attack. Shun, sensing the pressure, realizes, this next attack. It's going to be strong. Then, a massive blast takes place. As the dust settles, we see Kim. He's been slammed into the wall. Shun, realizing how serious that attack was, rushes to him and asks, are you okay? Kim's mouth is covered in blood, but he replies, yeah. I'm fine. He gets up and says, looks like I lost. Shun, clearly annoyed, scolds him. Wait, were you actually trying to defeat me? She continues, you do know, right? There's a huge difference between a B-rank hunter and a candidate like you. Kim speaks here, yes, I knew it because the experience between a candidate and a hunter in a battle is drastically different. But Kim wonders, is there really such a huge difference between a hunter and a candidate? He then thinks to himself, I need to work much harder. At that moment, a notification pops up on Kim's device, showing his progress rate, which is 0.70. Seeing this, he turns to the others and says, okay, you can do your work, but I'm going to start my training again. Shun responds, yeah, I was thinking something similar. Kim then asks Shun, on the day we don't go for dungeon raids, can you fight with me? Shun, a bit surprised, asks, you want to fight again? Kim responds, yes, I get a lot of progress from it. Shun thinks to herself, he fought before and got seriously injured, but now he's thinking about fighting again? Still, she tells him, alright, why should I worry about this? Besides, he's really hardworking. And with that, Shun agrees. Shun says, anyway, it's part of our deal. We have to do exactly what you say. And even if you beat me in the fight, I'll still pay you. Kim responds, okay, I never thought there would be a reward for winning. Shun replies, well, there's a tournament, so I'll definitely earn money from that. Kim, unable to contain his excitement, asks, how much money can I win? Shun answers, at least 1 million. Kim, hearing this, recalls his own payer's reward, which is also 1 million. He gets pumped up and asks, when is the fight date? Tell me quickly. Shun tells him, the fight is in 2 days. Kim becomes even more excited and asks, will there be sandbags? Shun responds, we don't have sandbags here. Kim, looking around, picks up a rock and says, this isn't as heavy as I thought. But he manages to lift it completely. Shun says, forget it. Let it go. I have sandbags. They, in the corner. Go pick them up and start practicing. Kim thanks Shun, and as he does, Shun thinks to herself, I don't want to see this anymore. I should leave now. Meanwhile, Kim is deep in thought, wondering, when will I go to the tournament and win the money so I can buy my spare gear? The scene transitions directly 2 weeks later. It turns out, I had mistakenly mentioned the tournament date as 2 days away, but in reality, it was set for 2 weeks later. 2 weeks later, we see a large crowd gathered, eagerly talking about the upcoming fights. They say, finally, today's going to be epic. The fights are going to be intense, and many different academies have sent their hunters here. In the crowd, the chief of one academy tells his hunters, this is the place where you'll fight. One of the hunters, wearing goggles, replies, don't make me nervous, I've seen enough. The hunter looks around and thinks, I expected fewer people, but there's actually more than I anticipated. This is starting to look pretty common now. Hunters and normal people alike are starting to wake up to this, and it's rare to see such fights, so no wonder so many have shown up. The crowd starts whispering among themselves, questioning why he's explaining everything, asking if he's some kind of explaining character. The scene shifts, and we find our main character sitting in a waiting room, lost in thought. He wonders, what should I do now? I get so nervous in places like this, especially when I'm alone. Looking around, he notices all the hunters around him wearing expensive, shining gear. He thinks, how can these muscular contestants be so confident? He realizes, of course, all the academies are sending their best professional hunters. His gaze shifts to a boy sitting off to the side, just staring at his phone. People start gossiping about him, wondering who he is and where he came from. They say, he doesn't have any gear, no good weapon. Who is this poor guy, and which academy did he come from? The goggled hunter starts to think, this guy must have been forced by his academy to enter the competition. He's just like a new student at a school who's somehow managed to find a partner. He walks over to the boy, introduces himself, my name is Lee Mingdagi, and I'm also a natural awakened. The boy responds, hello, I'm Kim Seojun. Lee Mingdagi then asks, can I sit here? Kim agrees, and Lee Mingdagi observes, this guy looks just like a high school student. Can high school students even fight here? Another hunter asks another if they want to fight, and Lee Mingdagi introduces the person as Jen Dchwal from Gokno Academy. Then, we get an introduction to another character, Lee Minchul from Mint Academy. These two are clearly getting upset with each other, and Lee Mingdagi explains, from what I can tell, this guy is a dagger user. Kim, irritated, wonders why Lee Mingdagi is explaining everything so much. He asks, aren't you here to fight? Why all the explanations? Lee Mingdagi responds, I'm just curious about others' strengths. I always want to know what powers they have and how strong they are. That's why I know so much. Just then, another person walks up to them and says, can you to be quiet? There are many people here, so please, just sit quietly. The new person introduces himself as Lee Junwan from Revenant Academy. Kim notices that after this guy spoke, the whole room became silent. Lee Mingagi explains, this guy is very powerful. His academy has high hopes for him. In fact, he's already won this competition before it even started. Kim, now even more curious, asks, wait, what do you mean by that? After that, the bespectacled guy reveals that this Lee Junwan didn't want to participate in this competition, but his academy forced him into it. He then asks Kim if he knows Sword Star, to which Kim responds, yes, I know them well. The bespectacled guy says, I thought so, because there's no one who doesn't know them. He continues, the daughter of the Grand Star offered him a chance, but Lee Junwan rejected it. After that, it seems like they had some fallout. Kim, however, says, that can't be the real reason. But Lee Junwan, visibly angry, speaks up, why do I even have to participate in this competition? If my uncle hadn't forced me, I would never have entered such a lousy tournament. If I'd known this before, I would have just accepted that girl's proposal. He's talking about none other than Shun here. Lee Junwan is also thinking to himself, why did I reject her offer? His gaze then shifts to Kim, and he thinks, who's this poor kid who's showing up here? Lee Junwan scoffs, now even these poor people are participating in this competition. Meanwhile, Kim is lost in his thoughts, wondering, wait, this is the same guy that Shun scouted. He might be even more powerful than Shun. If I fight him, I'll gain a lot of experience. Suddenly, an announcement comes over the microphone, everyone get ready, the first tournament is about to begin. The bespectacled guy remarks, I knew the competition was about to start. But Kim silently gets up and walks away, lost in his own thoughts. In the last 2 weeks, I've practiced a lot, and my Chiro lecture has increased by 30 points. Even though I don't feel any strength right now, I know my progress is there. I've gained a lot from fighting with Miss Shun. Now, I don't think I'll have much trouble, no matter who the opponent is, whether a player or a monster. The announcement continues, your first tournament will be held in the Dungeon Maze. Kim's progress in his lectures is shown, with Chiro's lecture now at 31.7, Siddharth Gautam at 6.8, and Xiang Yang's lecture at 33.4. The competition is broadcasted live, with the audience watching intently. A cameraman calls out to his partner, Shunbei, come here and help me record this. Shunbei, while walking, accidentally bumps into a girl and immediately apologizes, sorry, I bumped into you. The girl smiles and says, it's okay, no problem. Shunbei then asks the cameraman, why did you book this corner seat? The cameraman replies, do you know that girl? Shunbei, still puzzled, says, I don't know her, but she looks familiar. He quickly changes the topic, forget about that, what's going on with the first tournament? The cameraman explains, the first tournament is a dungeon maze. Hunters can't attack each other, but there are monsters inside the maze. Hunters can defeat these monsters and collect clues to easily exit the maze. But no matter how powerful a hunter is, if they lack intelligence, they'll never make it out of the maze. Luck won't help anyone here. We then see all the hunters fighting monsters, defeating them, and collecting clues along the way. After that, the scene shifts directly to Lee Junwan, who is attacking monsters with powerful moves. We then see a group of people in the audience, discussing the situation. One person says, what kind of hunter is this? I don't think he's a candidate because his movement speed is way too fast. How can anyone be this fast? Another responds, his name is Lee Junwan, right? He's an incredibly powerful hunter, and I know he's going to be the winner of this competition. Next, we see a girl, who is none other than Shoni. She starts speaking, that's Lee Junwan. What is he even doing in this competition? But then she catches herself, thinking, wait, I shouldn't speak so loudly. If I do, all the attention will be on me, and they'll figure out that I am the granddaughter of the famous star. That would make it impossible for me to stay here or even enjoy the show properly. Meanwhile, Sean Kim is thinking, I wonder what Kim is doing right now. The scene shifts to Kim, who is pondering, what if these monsters can break through the wall and get in? Kim then decides, I need to follow the usual plan, find and eliminate the monsters. He adds, if I strike this wall twice, it will break. Kim is standing in front of 3 paths and starts to think about which one to choose. He considers, the easiest way would be to stick to the wall closely so I can quickly make my way outside. But then, Kim's eyes start to glow, and he wonders, what is happening? This feels strange. I was thinking of going left, but something tells me to go the opposite direction. Kim recalls, could this be the sixth sense I read about in Sean's lecture? Is it guiding me to the right path? After contemplating, Kim decides, okay, whatever happens, happens. I'll leave all my decisions to my sixth sense. He starts moving forward, and announcements are made about different people being eliminated. Kim thinks, this is so strange. The farther I go, the more players get eliminated. How is this happening? I'm not encountering any monsters on the path I'm taking. He starts wondering, could it be that my senses are making all the monsters avoid me? Kim feels happy about this and starts thinking, what if, once my lecture progress rate hits 100%, I can start seeing the future? Could I predict my opponent's movements, maybe even read them before they act? As he continues to think, another hunter approaches him. It's the guy with glasses, who says, how can you walk around like this? Do you know how dangerous these monsters are? You need to be more careful and pay attention. Kim replies, I understand, I know what to do. The glasses guy continues, you were walking so confidently, but do you even know where this path leads? Kim responds, I have no idea where this path goes. The glasses guy is shocked, you don't know, and you, still walking down this path? How can you be so calm in such a dangerous situation? He then says, forget it, I know the way through all the danger. Follow me, and I'll get you out of here. And thus, the adventure continues. After that, the guy with glasses says, do you know about the left hand and right hand rules? You need to walk with your hands on the wall, and as long as you follow this, you'll find the right path. Kim responds, yeah, we already tried that before. The guy with glasses says, okay, since we followed all that, now come with me. Otherwise, we'll both get lost. Kim replies, what's the worst that could happen? We'll just get separated. The guy with glasses says, yes, we'll get separated. But in a way, we are moving forward like partners. Kim asks, when did we become partners? The guy with glasses explains, I came into this competition alone, and I saw you were also alone. So, if you look at it that way, we are kind of like partners. Kim says to him, so that's why you were talking to me in the waiting room. The guy with glasses says, I think all weak hunters like us should stick together. Kim, a bit shocked, thinks to himself, am I weak? Why did I never think I might be weak? What's wrong with me that others think I am weak? The guy with glasses then says, I think you are really hardworking, and because of that, I want to show you something exciting. He pulls out his phone and shows a picture of his little sister. Look, this is my sister. Isn't she cute? Kim responds, yeah, she's really cute. Kim says, okay, I've seen her. She's cute. Now, I'm leaving. But then, the guy with glasses grabs Kim's feet and says, please, take me with you too. Kim, frustrated, thinks to himself, how can someone be scared of such small things? The guy with glasses says, there's a lot of danger here, so we should never separate. Kim thinks, we are both young, and if we are enemies, how can we walk together? He tries to refuse and says, anyway, you've got your little sister and your parents to cheer you up. The guy with glasses then says, my parents aren't here anymore, they've passed away. This makes Kim remember that he's alone too. He lives alone, with no one by his side, and he too is all alone in this world. Kim feels bad for what he said earlier and thinks to himself, why did I say that? The mood has completely changed now. The guy with glasses apologizes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Kim replies, no, it's fine. We are partners now, so let's stick together. Kim then tells him, follow me quietly. I'll get you out of here. Kim says, I'll take the first prize, but you can take the second and third. The guy with glasses protests, I didn't say I'd follow you for this. Why are you walking so fast? As they walk, the guy with glasses thinks, what kind of hunter is this, who's not even scared? What if we get attacked by a monster? Kim stops in front of a wall and starts touching it. The guy with glasses asks, what are you doing? Kim replies, there's something wrong here. As he pushes the wall, a door opens, and it's not just any door, it's the way out. The guy with glasses is completely shocked by Kim's ability. Suddenly, an announcement is made, revealing the winner of the first round has arrived. The crowd starts talking, as barely half an hour had passed since the tournament started, and the first winner had already been determined. Everyone wonders, could it be Lee Junwan? Who else could have gotten here so quickly? Shun also wonders, could it be him? A large screen then shows that the winner of the first tournament is Kim Seojun. Kim thinks to himself, how did this happen? I didn't even encounter any monsters, so my experience didn't increase. From this, we can see that Kim's personality is truly one of a kind, standing out from everyone else. Finally, a large screen displays the names of the winners of the first round. The contestant who took the first spot is shown, Shuzone, who finished the competition in 27 minutes and 12 seconds. In second place is Lee Minji. His name might seem unusual, so we'll just call him Lee. He completed it in 27 minutes and 15 seconds. And in third place is Lee Junwan, who managed to finish in under an hour. Soon, the public starts discussing the shocking news: someone completed it in just 25 minutes. Who could possibly be strong enough to challenge Lee Junwan? And which academy could they belong to? One person speculates, I think this person might be from Dream Academy. Another replies, I've never heard of that academy before, but yes, it's true that our first place winner belongs to Dream Academy. Another person adds, I thought the winner would definitely be Lee Junwan, but no one expected Kim to take first place. Meanwhile, Kim is frustrated with all the noise, making it hard for him to focus on his lecture. Then, Lee Junwan suddenly stands in front of Kim, and Kim wonders, why is he staring at me so much? What's his problem? If he wants to say something, he can just say it. But we see that Lee Junwan is visibly upset, glaring at Kim. He turns away, muttering, I thought it was just luck that got him here. I didn't think this was real. Other hunters around him are also angry, thinking that Kim's win must have been due to luck. One of them adds, it's unbelievable that someone from an unknown academy could win first place. I'm angry about it, but honestly, I can't help but feel frustrated with myself as well. However, Kim doesn't care. He simply says, alright, my lecture is finally over. A moment later, someone walks in and announces, listen carefully. I'm about to explain what's going to happen in the second tournament. He goes on to explain that the second level is a duel challenge, a one-on-one fight. You'll have weapons, but you can't inject mana into them. However, you can use mana on your body. If someone gets too injured, they won't be able to continue the fight. Kim listens to all this, thinking, when will it be my turn? Who will I fight against? The person who was explaining then says, if no one has any more doubts, I'm leaving now. At that moment, a hunter asks, can I leave now? I need to go. Kim starts to wonder, can someone just leave like that? The scene then shifts to Xian, who is thinking to herself, finally, I got away without anyone finding out about me. Just then, a voice calls out from behind, how could this happen in the first round? You said there were 32 members in the first round, but how are we already in the semi-finals? The counter guy responds, sorry, but all the hunters dropped out. Miss Xian is right. Xian wonders, is there some gambling going on here? The counter guy then announces, everyone should give up now. The winner will be Lee Junwan. Just then, someone steps forward and says, I'll bet $1 million on Kim Shuzone. Everyone around is shocked, asking, are you really going to do this? You don't even know where Kim Shuzone is from, or about his academy. Are you sure you want to bet this much? Xian is standing behind, thinking, who is this person willing to bet so much money on Kim Shuzone? Meanwhile, Kim feels the pressure and thinks, how did this happen? This is getting out of hand. After that, we are shown a scene from earlier where a guy is saying, I need to get out of here. I don't want to fight anymore. This makes Kim start thinking, can someone really leave in the middle of everything? At that moment, Glasses, Chashmish, chimes in, saying, of course, it's common knowledge that you can leave anytime. The main reason behind this is Lee Junwan, who doesn't care about his opponents at all. He fights them as if he's aiming to kill them. Because of this, many people start saying that they want to quit and leave. Then it's said that no matter how strong a fighter is, or how much they keep advancing by fighting, they know that in the end, they will have to face Lee Junwan. No one wants to get beaten up in such a brutal manner by him, which could ruin their dreams. And after that, many people start leaving, saying they don't want to continue or play further. We are told that all the members have left, leaving only 5 contestants remaining. And those 5 are none other than the 2 guys who were fighting from the start, Lee Junwan, Glasses, and Kim. Next, there's an announcement. The first match is going to be between Kim Shuzon and Jang Dakchul, and the second round will be between Lee Junwan and his opponent, Glasses, whose real name is Lee Ming. Kim thinks to himself that since his match is first, if he wins, he'll go straight to the finals. Meanwhile, Glasses starts crying. Kim makes fun of him, asking, how can you cry like that? Glasses replies, how can you make fun of me? You should know my opponent is Lee Junwan. But Kim encourages him, saying, your match hasn't even started yet. How can you decide whether you've won or lost already? But Glasses keeps saying, I know I've already lost because I'm facing Lee Junwan. Then he tells Kim, you can leave if you want, but Glasses refuses to leave. Another member arrives and tells Kim to get ready for his fight. Kim casually responds, "You don't need to panic so much. No matter how strong your opponent is, never accept defeat. You should use all your potential till the very end." Glasses then asks, "How can you be so calm?" Kim smiles and says, "I'm excited to see how much experience I'll gain from this fight." There's a commentary that says, "Please remain seated. The weak contestants have already left the arena, and only 5 strong contestants remain. The upcoming fight is going to be very exciting. So keep your eyes fixed on the fighting arena." And then, the first contestant, Kim Soo-yeon, is introduced. The second contestant is revealed to be the same guy with the hammer, who tells Kim, "Your luck in the dungeon was just a fluke, but your luck won't work here. Now you are facing a strong opponent, Jang Dukchul." Jang Dukchul says, "Should I call you lucky or unlucky? You were lucky to win the first round, but now your second round is with me." Kim, in return, subtly insults him. Then the announcement comes that the second round's first match has begun. As soon as this happens, Dukchul rushes to attack Kim. Kim doesn't react at first and just smiles. The scene shifts, and we see Glasses thinking about what Kim might be doing in his fight. Is he injured, or is he still fighting? But then he notices Lee Junwan staring at him angrily. Glasses thinks to himself, "Maybe I should start thinking about myself before Kim, because Lee Junwan looks furious, and whenever I see him, he's always angry." Then Glasses remembers what Kim said, "If you don't want to leave the match, you must fight until your last breath, never stop fighting until you win." Glasses thinks to himself, "I'm not afraid of big academies like Dream Academy. It's the backing of their academy that's terrifying. We from the lower academies stand no chance against them." Both Lee Junwan and Glasses are completely shocked as something miraculous happens, and the entire arena goes silent. The announcement comes, the winner is Dream Academy's Kim Soo-yeon. It's said, "This wasn't even a long fight, just one attack, and we already have our final contestant who defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye." We see Kim standing in front of Jang Dukchul, and Lee Junwan remarks, "What are they even doing? This is childish. How did they end the fight so quickly?" Meanwhile, Glasses stands up, ready with his sword, and says, "I'm going for the next round." Lee Junwan looks at him angrily. A flashback shows Jang Dukchul attacking Kim, but Kim easily dodges it. Commentary explains that Dukchul has a lot of stamina and power, but Kim also shows that he's not just relying on luck, he's got some serious power of his own. In this moment, Dukchul is internally thinking, "I attacked him relentlessly without pausing, hitting him with so many moves, but he's dodging them like they nothing. How long will this continue? When will he finally get tired, and when will I be able to defeat him?" But then, something unexpected happens. Dukchul, filled with frustration, says, "Let's see how you dodge this." However, we see that Kim, with just a simple twist of his spear weapon, causes Dukchul's attack to fly off course. The projectile starts spinning in the air and crashes behind him. Dukchul watches in shock, surprised by what just happened. At that moment, in disbelief, he kneels down in front of Kim, surrendering. This marks the moment Kim's Ozone clears this round with incredible ease. The announcer comments, "No one expected Kim to defeat Dukchul so easily and claim victory." Dukchul, still in disbelief, is left thinking, "How did I lose? How could this happen?" But Kim, despite winning, is in even greater shock. He's lost in thought, wondering, "How is this possible? I thought my progress would have increased significantly, but my experience barely went up. In some areas, it's hardly increased at all." Kim reflects on the bigger issue. "The members who could have helped me improve my experience have all dropped out of the match. What's worse, my membership expires in just 52 days, and I haven't completed a single lecture 100%. I don't even have enough money to buy the lectures or purchase anything from the store." As Kim contemplates all this, he enters a room where a bespectacled boy greets him, saying, "You are amazing. I watched your entire match, and you defeated him so easily. You are so cool." Kim responds, "When did I ever say I was weak?" The bespectacled boy is stunned, realizing that Kim had never considered himself weak. Just then, the referee enters, announcing that the second round is about to begin. Kim and the others quickly prepare, as the next match is between Lee Mingi and Lee Junwan. Lee Junwan, as he pushes the bespectacled boy out of the way, says, "Get out of my way, pest." The boy, anxious, turns to Kim and says, "I told you, hunters like them don't respect us at all." The two then have a conversation, where the bespectacled boy expresses his gratitude, saying, "I am really glad to have met a friend like you. Talking to you gives me a lot of positive energy. I hope to become as strong as you one day." Kim responds, do your best. The boy nods, saying, I'll give it my all. As the two step into the arena, Lee Mingi reassures himself, muttering, I can do this, I can do this. Meanwhile, Lee Junwan, visibly irritated, growls, what are you mumbling to yourself? The referee intervenes again, repeating the rules one last time. No one is allowed to inject their weapons into their body. You can use mana on your body, but no injecting weapons. The tension builds as Lee Junwan glares angrily at the bespectacled boy. He's deep in thought. I know he's praying to himself, hoping to survive this. But he should understand, the food chain works this way, the strong defeat the weak. After that, we see that Lim Ming, trembling with fear, manages to get into his fighting position. At this moment, Lee Junwan, observing him, is clearly getting enraged. He says, how dare these insects in front of me even think about picking up weapons? This first round was only won by luck, but now I am going to show him his true place. He then turns to the referee and says, hey referee, when are you going to start the match? The referee replies, I can't start until I get orders from above. But just then, an announcement is made, and it's declared that the second round of the tournament has begun. As soon as the match starts, Lee Junwan launches a powerful attack, which the spectacled guy barely manages to dodge. From the look of things, it seems like he's not doing well at all. His glasses fall off, and blood starts to flow from his mouth. The spectacled fighter, now on his knees, looks defeated. Lee Junwan, seeing this, asks, is the match over? Has my opponent given up? But the spectacled fighter replies, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. I'm no match for you, but I wanted to do something that would make my sister proud of me. I want to be as strong as Kim. At that moment, a surge of confidence fills the spectacled fighter. He says to himself, like Kim did, I'll show everyone I can do it too. He gets back into fighting position, determined. He thinks, I just need to land a hit, even if it's just a finger. I'll do whatever it takes. The spectacled fighter goes for the attack and gets very close to Lee Junwan. But suddenly, the scene changes. We see the spectacled fighter lying flat again. An announcement declares, as expected, Lee Junwan has won this round. The crowd cheers, and whispers spread that Lee Junwan is truly the powerful one, despite Lim Ming's attempts to show off. But then, something surprising happens. Lee Junwan, whose face is now bleeding with a small cut, looks shocked. He wonders, did he really get that close to me? People's perspectives on the match change. Previously, Lee Junwan was seen as a cool fighter, effortlessly defeating an opponent. But now, whispers start about how an elite hunter, like Lee Junwan, could be wounded by someone like him. Angered, Lee Junwan thinks, how did this bug even manage to land a hit on me? How did he cut me? How did a mere insect dare touch an elite hunter like me? He then turns to the referee and says, I'm not continuing this match anymore. The referee asks, what does that mean? Just then, Lee Junwan attacks the spectacled fighter again, saying, people like you don't belong in this tournament. This is why our tournament is ranked so low. The referee announces that the match is officially over. If you don't stop now, we'll have to take action. Lee Junwan, still furious, replies, I've already quit the match, so whatever I do from now on doesn't count in the rules. At this point, the spectacled fighter is unconscious, but Lee Junwan still kicks him in the face, saying, insects like you are only good under our feet, the elite hunters. But just then, Kim suddenly appears and attacks Lee Junwan. Kim says, I've been waiting for this final match, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to fight you right now. Kim adds, people like you deserve nothing but a beating. He then tells Lee Junwan, get out of my way. Lee Junwan, now confused and slightly intrigued, asks, what do you mean by that? Kim says, move your foot off its face, Lee Junwan, to which Lee Junwan replies, oh, so you are talking about this thing? Fine, if I don't do it, what will you do about it? Kim then attacks Lee Junwan, who steps back. Kim lifts Lee Ming and asks, are you conscious? Can you get up, or will you just stay here? Lee Junwan responds, it feels kind of good, doesn't it? Seeing two bugs together for the first time. Kim asks, do you like it when someone looks down on you? He then continues, what's wrong with people like you? How can you treat anyone like this? Lee Junwan retorts, you don't know how it feels? Bugs should stay in their place, know your worth. Kim scoffs, so, you think those below you shouldn't have the right to dream? Lee Junwan responds, people like you shouldn't be dreaming, especially in today's world. Meanwhile, two referees are discussing whether they should stop the fight. One says to the other, if you care about your life, stay here and just enjoy the show. Don't make the mistake of getting involved. Then, we see Cyan, who is deeply concerned about Kim. Lee Junwan, now furious, declares, "Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." He goes on, "The world has changed, and I think you realize that now." Kim, lost in thought, recalls his previous struggles over the past 9 years to become a pro hunter. He faced many challenges, doubting his talents and financial situation, realizing that hard work was only for maintaining his status. Kim reflects on how, despite all his efforts, there are things in this world that can't be achieved through hard work alone. Kim continues to think to himself, should I give up on this pro hunter journey? Maybe I've already lost before even starting. Then he tells the referee, take Li Ming away from here. Kim turns to Lee Junwan and asks, now, what do you want to do? Kim, with a cold expression, says, you can't disrespect anyone like that. Without warning, Kim attacks Lee Junwan, but the referee tries to stop him, saying, Kim, you can't do this. It's against the rules. Kim ignores him and keeps advancing. Lee Junwan, however, barely reacts and, with his devilish smile, mocks, you're a real comedian. He easily blocks Kim's attack with his sword. Kim, looking furious, says, you're the lowest here. Lee Junwan counters with a forceful attack, pushing Kim back and charging at him at incredible speed. Kim is taken aback by his speed, shocked by how strong Lee Junwan truly is. Kim begins to think, he's even stronger than I imagined. No wonder everyone praises him. When I fought with Dakchul, I thought I'd win the tournament easily, but now, facing this guy, I'm not even sure I can stand a chance. Kim shakes his head, no, I can't think like that. I don't even have the luxury of a life like his. But I need to let my senses guide me in this fight. At that moment, Kim launches an attack on Lee Junwan, surprising him. But Lee Junwan quickly recovers, pushing Kim back. A referee steps in and says, what are you two doing? Didn't I tell you to just enjoy this fight and not make things worse? Lee Junwan, now enraged, snaps, keep your mouth shut. As the tension rises, Lee Junwan silently thinks to himself, I'm so powerful that no one can stand against me, but when I look into Kim's eyes, something feels off. Why does it feel like he's the one with the real power here? Maybe I've become the bug in this fight. Lee Junwan tells Kim that people like him often dream big, but suddenly, he attacks Kim. Kim is shocked by this, and Lee Junwan, with a confident tone, challenges Kim to see if he can really make his dreams come true. Lee Junwan unleashes a powerful attack, which Kim manages to block, though the impact is still felt. The floor tiles beneath them break apart from the force. Lee Junwan, clearly impressed, remarks on Kim's ability to block his attack. But at the same time, he wonders to himself whether this is just his imagination or something more. As the battle rages on, Lee feels that Kim is becoming increasingly powerful. He observes Kim and realizes, it feels like I'm watching a monster grow right before my eyes. Suddenly, Kim attacks, surprising Lee. The fight is intense, with both of them counterattacking fiercely. Lee, now furious, thinks to himself that he can't back down against someone like Kim. In a moment of rage, Lee pulls out his aura sword, much to Kim's surprise. Kim, realizing the danger, begins to doubt his chances. He knows he doesn't have control over his aura, and this makes him anxious. Lee Junwan, closing in on him, warns, today, you're going to fall at my hands. Two referees try to intervene, urging Lee to stop, but Kim is considering whether he should just run away. His mind tells him to flee, but he doesn't want to abandon everything he's fought for. As the situation escalates, Kim recalls a lesson from Chiron, his mentor, who had told him, you must never jump into a fight halfway through, because the outcome is always clear. Chiron also shared his fear of making a wrong move and expressed his desire to face every challenge head-on. Kim, inspired by these words, grips his weapon tightly and gains confidence. Chiron's teachings resonate with him as he remembers, you'll only win if you combine your power and will to fight. Kim then begins to harness Chiron's power, the power of the uproot, a spirit that dominates everything around it. With this newfound strength, Kim attacks Lee Junwan. Both Kim and Lee, now enveloped in their own aura, prepare for a massive clash. The resulting explosion of power shakes the stadium, sending shockwaves that even reach outside. Spectators wonder why there's so much smoke and why they can't see anything. As the smoke clears, the shadows of both fighters emerge, but when the dust settles completely, Lee Junwan is on the ground, and Kim stands victorious, though visibly exhausted. Lee Junwan is severely wounded, his mouth bleeding heavily. Kim, having won the tournament, is cheered by the crowd, who chant his name. Meanwhile, Cheyenne, observing from the stands, is shocked. Just a few weeks ago, Kim could barely withstand an attack from an aura sword, yet now he wields one himself. Who is this Kim, she wonders. Suddenly, a voice behind her says, "This is impossible." It's the masked man who had placed a bet on Kim, and Cheyenne recognizes him immediately. Confused, Cheyenne wonders why this man is so shocked by Kim's victory. After all, he had bet on Kim winning. As Cheyenne turns around to confront him, the masked figure vanishes, leaving her puzzled. The scene shifts to Kim, walking away from the arena, looking downcast. A few moments ago, he had been disqualified from the match for breaking the rules, but the situation is unclear. Kim reflects on the rules that had been set from the start, understanding why he was disqualified. Then, the bodyguard informs him that Lee Junwan was also disqualified for breaking the rules, as he had used his aura sword, which could be considered an attempt to commit murder. The bodyguard also reveals that the association has banned Lee from taking the professional hunter exam for 5 years. We're told that Lee Junmin ranked first. The second position went to the guy with glasses, and Dokshul came in third. Then we see Kim, who says, "Well, at least something went right. My progress rate has slightly increased." Next, we're shown that Kim's lecture scores have gone up. In Chiron's lecture, there was a 15% increase, in Siddhartha Gautam's, a 5.2% rise, and in Xiang Yong's lecture, there was a solid 20% increase. Kim starts thinking, when I recall that scene, I can feel the same power surging through me again. Maybe that's why my progress rate has increased by more than 50%. Then he says, "Alright, let me check which lecture I should start next." Suddenly, a hand appears behind him. It turns out to be none other than Cheyenne. She immediately asks, "Tell me first, are you hurt anywhere? How's your body holding up?" Kim waves his arms around and says, "I'm totally fine. Didn't get hurt at all." Cheyenne breathes a sigh of relief. "Thank God nothing happened to you." Kim then apologizes to her, saying, "I'm really sorry." Cheyenne looks confused. "Sorry? Sorry for what?" He replies, "Because I couldn't win the tournament." Cheyenne chuckles. "Oh, that? Don't worry about it. You don't need to apologize for something like that. I was more concerned about you." Kim is surprised. "Why? Why were you so worried about me?" Cheyenne says, "I thought you'd be deeply depressed because you seemed really interested in the prize. But looking at you now, you seem totally fine." And just as she finishes her sentence, Kim freezes like a statue. He yells out, "No way. My money. How could I forget something so important?" Cheyenne laughs and says, "Looks like he actually did forget about the prize." She then asks, "By the way, what were you planning to do with that prize money?" Kim responds, "I was going to buy a powerful weapon. But anyway, I have no regrets now. Things turned out okay. I'd only regret it if I hadn't saved Lee Mun-chil back then. As for the money problem, I'm sure that'll sort itself out later." At that moment, Lee Mun-chil arrives and calls out to Kim. He asks, "Are you leaving now?" Kim nods. "Yeah, I'm heading out." Lee Mun-chil then says, "Can I ask you something?" Kim agrees. Lee Mun-chil asks, "Do you think I can become strong like you if I work hard?" Kim looks at him, he's still trembling a little, and says, "Honestly, it might be really tough for you. You've got talent, but the current world is extremely harsh. It doesn't let hunters grow easily." Then he adds, "But don't get too demotivated. Maybe you're not meant to be a hunter. Maybe you're better suited for something else, something you're a real expert in. So don't be disappointed." Lee Mun-chil laughs. "You've got a point. Anyway, I just came to say goodbye. Didn't mean to ruin the mood." As he walks away, Kim calls out, "Never let yourself feel depressed. And never think you can't do what you want to do. People will keep saying things, but don't let that demotivate you. There's no such job in the world that you can't become an expert in. But for that, you'll have to work really, really hard." Hearing that, Lee Mun-chil gets emotional and says thank you to Kim again. As Kim turns to leave, Cheyenne speaks up from behind. "I didn't think you had this side to you." Kim replies, "I never involve myself where I'm not needed." Cheyenne laughs. "How cool is that? Now you even have your own fan." Kim says, "I think you need a better student, not a fan." Then he adds, "I'll look for opportunities to make our dream academy a more well-known name." Cheyenne is pleasantly surprised. Did he just say, "our academy"? She thinks, and she's visibly happy. She says, "You've worked really hard, so I'm going to get you a weapon." Kim's eyes widen. "Wait, seriously? You'll get me a weapon?" Cheyenne nods. "Of course. My grandfather owns a full workshop. I'll get you one from there." Kim jokes, "Then I'm going to pick the most expensive one." The scene then shifts to a different place, where one man is asking another, "Is the headmaster here?" The second man replies, "Yes, he's here, but he's meditating and doesn't want to be disturbed." But the first man insists, "I have urgent news. I must speak with him." He rushes past the gate, enters, and sits down. We finally see his face, and he says, "Headmaster. It's me, Siam Chul." After that, we're introduced to a character named Siam Ungchul, who happens to be very close to the Sword Saint. Now, the person who was meditating suddenly speaks up. He says, "Didn't I make it clear that no one should disturb me here? Should I take this as a sign that you re-ignoring my words completely?" As he says that, he starts releasing a terrifying amount of aura. He adds, "So you've started ignoring me now?" Siamungchul, barely able to move, speaks with difficulty, "This pressure. I can't even lift a single finger." He then mentions, Lady Cheyenne recently participated in a tournament. Hearing this, the meditating person is stunned. His aura gradually begins to calm down. He asks in disbelief, "The academy tournament? How?" Siamungchul replies, "I don't have all the details yet, but I've heard that Cheyenne has recruited a new guy at her academy." Siamungchul tries to assure him, "You don't need to worry, I'll take care of it myself." But the man shuts him down immediately. "No, you won't do anything. I'll personally go and see who this guy is." And then it's revealed, this man is none other than the Sword Star, Cheyenne's grandfather. The scene shifts to Kim, who's training hard, swinging his spear. 4980, 4981. He continues until he reaches 5,000 swings. Kim says, "Alright, that's enough. My daily training is done." Cheyenne gives a strange reaction. Kim notices and says, "Miss Cheyenne, why do I feel like my neck is about to be cut off?" Cheyenne replies with a smirk, "Maybe it's just your imagination." Then, with a pouty face, she asks, "When I took you to my workshop to upgrade your weapon, why didn't you go through with it?" Kim answers, "I thought it would be too expensive for you, so I didn't change it." Hearing this, Cheyenne eyes him suspiciously. "Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" In reality, Kim thinks to himself, "I can never be satisfied with a normal weapon. I could even use a transcendent weapon." But this thought makes him feel down. We also find out that the spear's price has jumped from $1 million to $2 million. That's a full $20,000 increase. Kim sighs internally, "Looks like I need to work even harder now." Cheyenne says, "I already gave you a chance to upgrade your weapon, but you didn't take it. Don't expect me to offer it again." Then she asks something she couldn't earlier, "By the way, what type of mana cultivation do you use?" Kim is taken aback. "Mana cultivation? Since when do I use something like that?" Cheyenne explains, "Mana cultivation helps you control mana more efficiently. When I saw you fighting that monster, I could tell you had excellent control over your mana. And during that arena fight, the way you handled your mana was definitely not normal. It must be some high-level cultivation technique. I've never seen anything like it before." Kim is shocked. "I've never even learned mana cultivation." Then, we get some insight into what mana cultivation actually is. It's a technique that allows users to control mana effectively. It's divided into different levels, and its class, high or low, is determined by its efficiency. High-class hunters never reveal their mana cultivation techniques. This is also why Kim wanted to get into a top-ranking academy, so he could learn high-level mana cultivation. Now Kim is confused. What do I even tell Cheyenne? Cheyenne, on the other hand, thinks, is it really that complicated? Anyway, if he doesn't want to tell me, I won't force him. She brushes it off and says, "Alright, continue your training. I've got to go somewhere." Kim asks, "Where are you going?" Cheyenne replies, "I've got some work outside." Kim smirks, "You have work?" That's a surprise. Cheyenne glares at him, "Do you want to get smacked?" Before leaving, she adds, "Make sure you lock all the doors and windows when you leave." Kim nods, "Got it. I'll take care of it." But he's wondering, what's up with this mentor of mine? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Referring to the mentor we saw in the previous episode. Then we cut to Cheyenne again, who's blushing and muttering to herself, "Am I really that free? Do I seriously have nothing better to do?" A little later, Kim attends a lecture where he learns about mana. The lecture explains, mana is bound by laws, and the one who breaks those laws, who stands against them, that is true mana. The one giving this lecture is none other than the Archmage Merlin. Merlin explains, if you truly learn how to control mana, you'll be able to command it at will. Kim, overwhelmed, thinks to himself, if this continues, I might just lose my mind. This lecture is unlike anything I've ever experienced. After that, Merlin says, "For now, your lecture ends here." Kim looks surprised and says, "What? The lecture ended already?" And just then, right on cue, the one who was supposed to arrive, does. We then see that Kim's daily task has returned. It tells him that now he must accumulate and manifest mana. Kim begins practicing and sits down to meditate, trying to sense the mana around him. In his mind, he thinks, "Thank goodness for Chiro. He sharpened all my senses. Now, it won't be as difficult to control my mana anymore." But then he mutters, "This is still really tough. I can feel the mana, but I just can't shape it." Soon, he starts recalling parts of the lecture. It had explained that mana physically connects your brain to mana itself. The images you imagine during this process create a connection to your world, and when that link is established, the mana you revisualizing becomes real and starts acting according to the laws you imagined. Suddenly, Kim is shocked. So this is a mana orb? But then he thinks, I don't think this counts as part of the daily task, and on top of that, Merlin's probably wondering what kind of bizarre mana I've manifested. Even Merlin is watching from afar, puzzled. Meanwhile, Kim is still thinking, as I keep moving forward, maybe my mana will continue to evolve and grow stronger. But then, Sword Saint arrives. He walks up and says, "Hey, you there. Listen up." Kim turns around and asks, "Who are you?" "Don't tell me, you, the Sword Saint?" The man replies, "I came here to see what kind of student has joined my granddaughter's academy." Then he looks at the orb in Kim's hand and says, "If I'm not mistaken, that's a mana orb. And somehow, you've already learned to condense mana this quickly? That's incredibly difficult to pull off. But looking at you, you've done it effortlessly. You're clearly talented. But it makes me wonder, what is a student this gifted doing at Shun's academy?" He begins overthinking things and mutters to himself, is he planning to use Shun somehow? At that moment, Sword Saint releases his aura. He turns back to Kim and asks, "Before anything else, who are you?" Kim replies politely, "My name is Kim Seojun." Then he adds, "I'm guessing you came here to meet Miss Shun, but unfortunately, she left a little while ago for some business." Sword Saint is stunned. Did he just say Miss Shun? He glares at Kim and says, "Then tell me this, how are you still standing?" Kim, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" Sword Saint explains, "I just released a tremendous amount of aura. Even an S-class hunter would have been paralyzed by now, but you look completely unaffected." Kim thinks to himself, maybe it's because of my unwavering heart. Sword Saint continues, "Then tell me, what's your objective for being here?" Kim responds, "Sir, I honestly don't understand what you are trying to imply." Sword Saint presses further, "You could have joined any elite academy in the world. So why are you in my granddaughter's academy? Tell the truth." At this point, he releases a killing intent that fills the air. Kim remains calm and says, "No sir, it's not what you're thinking at all. I believe there's been a huge misunderstanding." Sword Saint mutters, "I knew it. You weren't going to give me an answer easily." Kim realizes that things have gotten dangerous. Suddenly, Sword Saint attacks him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Shun. She's thinking to herself, "I was planning to keep Kim a secret, but now, because of the academy battle, grandfather will definitely find out we've recruited someone new." She speaks to an old lady nearby. "Can you tell me where the council chairman, the CEO, is?" Just then, the CEO shows up and says, "Miss Shun? It's rare to see you here." Shun replies, "Wow, perfect timing. I was just about to contact you." The CEO asks, "Oh? What for?" Shun says, "I wanted to meet my grandfather." The CEO replies, "Well, he went to your academy to meet you." Shun is stunned. "No way, he's already there?" Without wasting another second, she dashes toward the academy. The old lady nearby says, "Wonder what happened all of a sudden?" As Shun runs, she thinks, "Damn it, I let my guard down. I knew he'd visit eventually, but I didn't expect it so soon. I just hope one thing doesn't happen, that the two of them meet." Back at the academy, Kim and the Sword Saint are standing face to face. Kim looks shocked. Even though the Sword Saint hasn't drawn his sword, Kim's heightened senses are firing off danger signals. He thinks to himself, he doesn't want to kill me, but something about this is seriously dangerous. The Sword Saint looks at Kim and says, "Now tell me, who exactly are you?" Kim raises his hand, trying to stop him. "Wait. Please, stay right where you are. There's some misunderstanding here. I'm not the person you think I am." But the Sword Saint doesn't stop. "You didn't just manifest mana, you've also shown incredible movement speed. I don't think this is a misunderstanding at all. In fact, you, lying so convincingly, I almost believe you're telling the truth." Kim tries again, "Please, just listen. I don't know what Miss Shun told you, but," that's when we see the Sword Saint starting to lose his temper. "And who do you think you are to even speak Miss Shun's name?" Kim, taken aback, starts thinking to himself, maybe I said something I shouldn't have. The Sword Saint continues, "I just wanted you to be honest. That's all. But clearly, you, hiding something." Kim starts thinking more seriously now. "I know he doesn't actually want to kill me. But it looks like I have no choice but to fight him. This man standing in front of me, he could even fight someone from heaven. He's none other than the Sword Saint." He adds to himself, "If he really wanted me dead, I'd already be lying on the ground. I wouldn't still be standing. Besides, he's my idol. This is the best chance I have to fight him and gain some real experience." Suddenly, the Sword Saint notices something. He wasn't planning to fight earlier, but now, I can see it clearly. He's fully entered his combat stance. Then the Sword Saint thinks to himself, I've faced countless hunters in my life. But these eyes, this aura? I've only seen it once before. He looks directly at Kim and asks, you clearly have experience in all this. But why did you specifically approach my granddaughter? Why didn't you go anywhere else? Without waiting for an answer, the Sword Saint attacks. Kim struggles to dodge the blow, barely avoiding it. Kim thinks, damn it. His speed is beyond even my senses. And now, is it just me, or is he growing in size? The Sword Saint's presence becomes more overwhelming, almost gigantic. Kim feels the pressure. Even countering a simple strike from him feels impossible. But I want to fight, just to see how long I can stand against someone like him. Then Kim charges forward and begins his own assault. He throws out attack after attack. But the Sword Saint? He doesn't even move from his spot. He calmly blocks every single strike. Then, with a slight motion of his hand, he hits Kim, sending him flying far into the distance. Kim crashes to the ground. The Sword Saint, standing firm, says, I just want you to answer my question. Kim, exhausted and bruised, thinks to himself, something's off here. I'm missing something. I need to keep fighting a little longer. I can't lose like this. But he's running out of options. None of my tricks are working. I only have one shot. If I'm going to land a hit, it'll be when the Sword Saint lets his guard down. As the Sword Saint prepares for another attack, Kim braces himself. I just need one opening, he thinks. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. Merlin's voice echoes, use your mana, trick the world. Focus so much that your mana blends into your physical being and becomes reality. The Sword Saint attacks again, but this time, Kim dodges it perfectly. He pours all his aura into his spear. This is it. My last chance. I'll give it everything I've got. Kim launches his final attack. The impact is massive, sound waves blast through the air, dust clouds rise, and the ground shakes. As the dust clears, the Sword Saint is still standing, untouched. Meanwhile, Kim drops to his knees, completely exhausted. Man, this really hurts. Kim mutters. The Sword Saint looks at him and says, see? I knew it. You are finally showing your true self. Kim fires back, my true self? Why don't you admit it was you who started the fight in the first place? I only counterattacked. Even speaking is making it worse. Just let Miss Shun come here, then I'll ask what's really going on. As soon as he mentions her name, the Sword Saint freezes. Again with Miss Shun. He whispers. There's clear shock on his face. I don't even know why her name is affecting me like this. The Sword Saint mutters to himself. Then, as if regaining control, he steps forward and says, fine. If this is how you want it, so be it. If you won't answer my question, then die right here. There's no point in letting you live any longer. Kim, defeated and out of strength, drops his weapon and sighs. Yeah, looks like I'm definitely going to die here. But just then, we see someone entering the scene. It's Shun. She arrives and says, what had to happen has already happened. Everyone, stop right there. Shun addresses the Sword Saint and asks, what exactly are you doing here, Grandpa? After that, we see Shun walk straight up to Kim and ask him, are you hurt anywhere? Kim replies, not too badly, but yeah, I did get hurt a bit. That's when the Sword Saint chimes in and says, you don't even deserve to be called a man if you are whining about such a small injury. Kim immediately shouts, gender doesn't matter here. And more importantly, look who hit me. It was you, the Sword Saint. Do you really think I wouldn't get hurt? The Sword Saint, now furious, asks, what did you just say? Kim quickly hides behind Shun and says, do you still want to beat me up? Shun looks at Kim in shock, thinking to herself, how can someone talk to my grandpa like that? Kim confronts the Sword Saint and asks, first, tell me, why did you attack me in the first place? And just because you are the Sword Saint now, does that give you the right to hit anyone you want? Before the Sword Saint can respond, Shun cuts in and says, Grandpa, please don't say a word. She then turns to Kim, apologizing sincerely, I'm sorry for everything that happened. Kim responds, no, really, there's no need to apologize. It's not that big of a deal. Even so, Shun bows again and says, I'll explain everything to you later. Kim, beginning to understand the situation, says, I think I should leave now. While walking away, he adds, maybe I should go get a checkup at the hospital. Just in case. Shun tells him, don't worry, we'll cover all the hospital fees. Kim thanks her and leaves, while Shun stands quietly, thinking to herself, thank you, for understanding the situation so calmly. Then, she turns to the Sword Saint and says, Grandpa, I need to talk to you. In her mind, she thinks, at first, I thought I could just explain things calmly. But now, I need to tell him the whole truth. The Sword Saint warns Savan, that guy is highly suspicious. Don't get too close to him. Shan replies, he's not suspicious at all. What do you even mean by that? She reflects internally, what do you mean by that? I've been hearing those exact words for the past 21 years. Her grandfather often brushes off her opinions, and when she started the Hunter Academy, she had funded it entirely on her own. Every time she brought a new student into the academy, her grandfather would drive them away. I know exactly why he chases them away, she thinks. And I also know what those people come here expecting. That's why I never had the courage to stop him, until now. The Sword Saint finally says, this has gone on long enough. Pack up your things. From tomorrow, you won't be coming back here. Shan responds firmly, I don't want to do that. The Sword Saint is shocked, asking, what did you just say? She repeats, I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose this. She's thinking about Kim. She says again, why should I do what you're saying? This academy is mine, not yours. It's only been a few months, and yet, she continues thinking, I haven't even made any proper memories yet. I don't have strong emotions either. But every time I'm near him, I feel something strange, something I want to hold on to forever. The Sword Saint insists, that guy is suspicious. Just expel him from the academy. But Shan refuses, I'm not going to do anything like that. I don't know where these feelings are coming from, but I'm not expelling him. And I'm not shutting down my academy. I also refuse to live in your shadow anymore. I hope you understand that now. The Sword Saint steps closer to her. Shan apologizes and says, forgive me if I raised my voice earlier, but I want to make one thing very clear. I will not do what you are asking. Then, we see the grandfather alone, deep in thought. Has she ever stood up for her opinions like this before? He wonders. We are taken to a flashback from a few years ago. A man comes to the Sword Saint and says, Headmaster, something terrible has happened. Your son, he's no longer with us. Hearing that, the Sword Saint is devastated. Afterward, he goes to meet his granddaughter, young Shan, who's just a little girl. She's adorable and innocent. He remembers thinking, when my son left me, Shan appeared before me. That very moment, I decided, this girl will become powerful enough to defend herself. That's why I've always been so strict with her. After that, we are shown a scene where Sword Saint is talking to Shan. He says, how could you do this? Get up quickly. And if you don't do it, how will you become a hunter? Shan responds, I don't want to be a hunter. I want to become a teacher. Sword Saint is shocked and says, is this why I trained you, so you could become a teacher? I don't want you to become a teacher. You have to do what I say. He knows that he's hurting her, but he feels he has no other choice and ignores her feelings. Eventually, Shan decides to leave him. The scene shifts to the next day, where Kim is walking, swinging his arms, and saying, man, yesterday I got really hurt. But if Sword Saint hadn't gone easy on me, I would have been finished. And if Miss Shan hadn't come, it would have been way worse for me. Kim is thinking to himself, I didn't expect Miss Shan to have such a sad backstory. Then, we are shown a flashback of the previous evening, where Shan called Kim and explained her relationship with her grandfather, and how he treated her when the former Hunters Academy members came around. Kim understands that she didn't tell him everything, but he can sense her feelings and realizes why she got so angry at him. But honestly, she shouldn't have gotten that mad at me. I know exactly how much she hurt me, Kim reflects. He then thinks to himself, I think I should apologize to Sword Saint, so this never happens again. To his surprise, his stats have slightly increased, but now, he doesn't want his progress to affect his future. Kim opens the gate and enters the academy, but suddenly he hears a voice. Ah, so you've come. It's none other than Sword Saint, who tells him, why are you standing there? Come sit. Sword Saint has been sitting in front of the gate, seemingly waiting for Kim. Kim is feeling uneasy, thinking, do they want to beat me again? Sword Saint says, now I understand. You made a deal with Shan. He looks at Kim with suspicion, asking, is this really true? Kim responds, yes, it's true. Why would I lie to you? Sword Saint is unsure, thinking to himself, no, it doesn't seem like he's lying. But how can a candidate have so much power and stamina? This doesn't make sense. Sword Saint is confused, but Kim, wanting to avoid confrontation, says, if you are done, can I leave now? Sword Saint responds, where are you going? Kim answers, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to train. Sword Saint is happy to hear this and says, once I see you train, I'll know where your power is coming from. He lets Kim go and continues to watch him. Later, Sword Saint observes Kim staring at a blank screen. What is he doing? He's been staring at this black screen for so long. Has he gone crazy? Sword Saint asks, are you meditating? Kim replies, yes, you could say that. Sword Saint starts explaining, meditation is very powerful. It helps you control your mind and heart. Sword Saint is still puzzled, thinking, what's so special about him? Why doesn't he want to learn from me? This can't be true. He then asks Kim, is there something you want to ask me? Kim, surprised, responds, a personal lecture? From Sword Saint? Sword Saint is amused, thinking, I knew he'd react like this. He hurt my pride, but I can still teach him. He hopes Kim will say yes, but to his surprise, Kim directly refuses. No, I don't need to learn anything from you. Sword Saint is shocked by the refusal, but Kim calmly adds, you can disturb me as much as you want, but please don't disturb me later. At that moment, Shun arrives and is surprised to see her grandfather there. She asks, Grandfather, what are you doing here? Grandfather speaking to Cheyenne, telling her that she arrived at the perfect time because he has something important to share. However, Cheyenne responds, expressing that she doesn't want him to trouble Kim later. The grandfather, sensing something amiss, tells Cheyenne that he doesn't believe Kim's mind is in the right place. Sword Saint chimes in, revealing that he had offered to teach Kim, but Kim outright refused, and now, seeing him, Sword Saint finds Kim quite strange. Cheyenne, not buying it, challenges him to point out what exactly seems so strange. Sword Saint insists that it's not just odd, it's more than that. However, Cheyenne, ever the optimist, maintains that everything is fine and goes as far as to say that she believes everything is going well. Cheyenne then heads over to Kim and says, Look, Kim, I'm here. Kim, surprised, asks when she arrived, to which Cheyenne replies that she hasn't been here long. Meanwhile, Sword Saint internally expresses his dislike for Kim, noting that Kim is behaving strangely, but he can't help but notice how happy Cheyenne is, as she smiles brightly. Sword Saint, lost in thought, wonders how he has never seen Cheyenne so cheerful before. He recalls that she used to be so quiet but now she seems so lively. Suddenly, a man appears, informing Sword Saint that he has urgent news. The Order of Truth has requested to meet with him. Sword Saint, taken aback, asks why they would want to meet with him. The messenger explains that they specifically requested to meet him, and also mentioned that Kim must attend as well. Everyone around starts eyeing Kim curiously, and Kim, feeling uncomfortable, asks why they're staring at him. Sword Saint, still puzzled, wonders why the Order of Truth wants to meet with Kim, and if they've called him personally. Kim, equally confused, questions whether he really needs to go. Cheyenne, clarifying the situation, informs him that the Order of Truth is treated with the same authority as the head of state, and if the leader of the order, Sir Kalia, personally invited Kim, it must be serious. Kim, now even more curious, wonders why a foreigner like Sir Kalia would want to meet with him. The messenger then adds that if Kim refuses the offer, there's still another deal on the table. If Kim goes to meet Sir Kalia, he'll be given 1 million yen. Kim is taken aback and begins to question how the messenger knows he needs that money. The messenger continues, explaining that the Order of Truth doesn't focus on human-made diets but rather serves the truth of God. They believe their words are commands directly from God. The people in charge now were once treated differently but played a major role in maintaining peace during a chaotic time when powerful masters fought against each other. Those who defeated them were known as the Grand Voice and the Seven Apostles. The story shifts back to the present, where we find Sword Saint and Kim in a hotel, ready to meet Sir Kalia. The attendant asks Kim if he's the one the order has been waiting for, and Kim starts to recall what Cheyenne had said about the man who placed a bet on him. He wonders if the messenger knew he would win or if he just made the bet without any idea of the outcome. Then, both Sword Saint and Kim begin following the man. At this point, the guy says, "Please wait here for a moment. Sir Kalia is about to arrive." That's when the Sword Saint responds, "I knew it. This guy was definitely going to make us wait." Then Kim asks the Sword Saint, "Have you met Sir Kalia before?" To which the Sword Saint replies, "No, I've never met him before." Hearing this, Kim is genuinely surprised. He says, "Wait, so you re-meeting him for the first time too?" The Sword Saint explains, "I have spoken to him before, but we never met face to face. All our conversations have happened over the phone." Then Kim asks, "Okay, tell me one thing. Do you know about the Grand Voice?" Sword Saint answers, "The Grand Voice. I believe it must have appeared when the largest monster showed up." Kim asks again, "Have you ever met the Grand Voice in person?" The Sword Saint replies, "No, I've never met him. But yes, I have seen him, from a distance." Right then, someone enters and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. This is actually our first face-to-face meeting, isn't it?" Sword Saint replies, "So you re the one who invited us here." And that's when we finally learn the truth about Kalia. Sir Kalia isn't actually a Sir by gender. She's a woman. Sword Saint says, so you're the one who made us wait for so long? Kalia responds, I'm sorry. Before appearing in front of you, I was preparing my body. Anyway, let's get to the reason why you've been called here. Kalia then introduces herself to Kim. My name is Kalia. I believe in the order of truth, and my mission is to spread God's word across the world. She asks, your name is Kim Chosen, right? Thank you so much for coming here. Kim, still a bit shocked, asks, by the way, how do you know me? Kalia replies, I think any misunderstanding between us needs to be cleared. You recently participated in the academy competition, right? One of our people saw you there and told me about you. That's how I came to know about you. He told me that you were incredibly talented and great at what you do, so I decided to invite you here. Kim responds, that's it? That's the reason I was invited? I thought it would be something really big. Then, getting straight to the point, Kim asks, tell me your true motive. Why did you really invite me here? That reason doesn't seem enough. Kalia says, I thought you would believe me no matter what I say. But now I guess I need to be honest about everything. Let's sit down first, talk for a bit, and then I'll give you a proper answer. She then starts talking about the dungeons. Hearing her out, the Sword Saint is visibly shocked. Kalia continues, yes, you heard me right, and I hope you'll help us in raiding the dungeon. Sword Saint replies, okay, but why should I join you? What's in it for me? Kalia says, you know this better than anyone. You must also be aware of what kind of results this could lead to. Sword Saint asks, what exactly are you trying to say? Kalia reveals, we received a report that the dungeons in Korea have changed. You probably know more about this than I do. At that moment, Kim is lost in thought. Dungeons have changed? What does that even mean? Kalia says, the Order of Truth has decided that they will inspect the dungeon. I hope you'll also be there. Hearing this, the Sword Saint responds, so that's why you came to Korea? Just to properly take over your successor's position? To that, Kalia replies, exactly the kind of remark I expected from the Sword Saint. She realizes that the Sword Saint has already seen through all her tricks. He calmly says, if you name-drop the Order of Truth, do you think I'll just go along with it blindly? Kalia asks him directly, then tell me this, will you help me? The Sword Saint answers, that depends. What do you have to offer me in return? Kalia smirks and says, honestly, looking at you, I doubt I could offer you anything worthwhile. And judging by your appearance, it doesn't seem like you even need anything. Then she pauses and says, but wait. I heard your granddaughter has opened an academy. The moment those words leave her mouth, the Sword Saint's expression darkens. His anger flares. He releases his killing intent into the surroundings, and it begins to spread like a chilling fog. Kim, standing nearby, feels his body freeze completely. In his mind, Kim thinks, so this is the Sword Saint's aura. He only releases it when he truly intends to kill. The Sword Saint then growls, if you ever mention my granddaughter again, I won't show any mercy. Kalia quickly realizes her mistake. I think I've made a serious error, she says. Please forgive me. I promise to be careful next time. Hearing that, the Sword Saint gradually retracts his aura and calms down. Then Kalia softly speaks again. Honestly, what could I even offer you? Instead, let me hear your offer. The Sword Saint chuckles, that's rich. You expect me to trust you? With no evidence or proof? Kalia responds, if you want, I can swear on the name of the Order of Truth. After a brief pause, the Sword Saint says, fine. If you say so, I'll trust you. They both begin a ritual, an oath in the name of the God of Truth. Once the ritual is complete, Kalia calls Kim over. She says, all right then. Let me tell you everything straight up. I want to sponsor you on behalf of the Order of Truth. Kim is surprised. You want to sponsor me? But I'm already part of an academy. Kalia clarifies, I don't want you to leave that academy. I just mean, wherever you are, we want to support you. Kim nods slowly. So this is your version of a sponsorship, huh? There's definitely a reason behind this. Why do you want to do this? Kalia answers calmly, I don't want anything in return. We just want a good relationship between you and the Order of Truth. Kim replies, so that's your motive. But what if I refuse? Kalia says, then we can't do anything about it. At this point, the narrator tells us something important. No matter how distant two stars may seem, eventually they will find a way to connect. Kim thinks to himself, they're offering all this for free right now. But I know, sooner or later, they'll want something in return. He says, your proposal is actually quite good. It's attractive. But before I give my answer, I want to ask a few questions. Kalia smiles. Of course, ask anything. I'll answer everything honestly. At this point, Kim is about to ask about the Transition Academy, but suddenly, he stops. He begins to wonder, if I ask her about the Transition Academy, is she really going to give me an honest answer? And even if she lies, how would I even know? Kim thinks for a moment and decides to drop the idea. Forget it, he says to himself. I've got plan B. He slips his hand into his pocket, pulls out his phone, and holds it right in front of Kalia's face. Then he calmly asks her, "First, tell me what's currently playing on this screen." Kalia looks at the phone, and we, the viewers, see that it's playing a lecture by Buddha. The lecture talks about how the soul never truly separates. Whether it burns or faces destruction, the soul never vanishes. It always reincarnates. Then Kim says, "What I'm really asking is this, tell me exactly what's playing on my screen right now." Kalia looks puzzled and responds, "That's honestly such a weird question." Kim replies, "I don't think I've asked you anything too difficult." But Kalia says, "It feels like this question might actually be really difficult for me." Kim then sits down and says calmly, "If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I won't force you." After a pause, Kalia finally says, "Blank screen." Hearing that, Kim is visibly shocked. "You saw a blank screen on my phone? So, does that mean your answer is correct?" Kim nods slowly and says, "Yes, your answer is correct." Kalia then asks, "So, does that mean you accept our sponsorship now?" But Kim shakes his head and replies, "I'm sorry. I can't accept your sponsorship." A little while later, the scene shifts to Kalia, who's standing alone somewhere, lost in thought, thinking about none other than Kim. She then says, "Kalkas, did you notice anything?" The man standing behind her, Kalkas, responds, "No, I didn't notice anything unusual in him." Kalia, not fully convinced, asks again, "Are you really telling the truth?" To which Kalkas replies firmly, "Yes, I swear by the order of truth." Hearing this, Kalia begins to think to herself, "I didn't really see anything special in Kim. Sure, he seems quite extraordinary and is a perfect candidate, but still. Something felt off. Especially when he suddenly held his smartphone up to my face, I had no idea what he was doing. And now, I'm having a strange feeling. I think I should report this to the apostle." Out loud, she tells Kalkas, "All right, here's what you'll do, keep an eye on Kim. Any changes inside the dungeon, report them to me as soon as possible." Then she asks him, "What's the current status with the heroes?" Kalkas replies, "I haven't spoken with the Dark Saint or the Soul Saint yet, and as you probably already know, they haven't been seen for quite some time." The scene then shifts to Sword Saint, who's speaking with Kim. "So, why did you reject Kalia's offer?" he asks. Kim replies plainly, "I didn't like it." The Sword Saint narrows his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Kim, thinking internally, says to himself, "I'm not entirely sure what the order of truth really is. But I do know one thing, Kalia doesn't know anything about the Transition Academy. I also need to be cautious around those who seem to have a strong influence over me." The Sword Saint continues, "So, you prefer Cheyenne's Academy more?" Kim answers, "Of course. Besides, where else would I find a girl as honest as Cheyenne?" Then Kim asks him a question. "Sword Saint, I want to know, what exactly is the change occurring inside the dungeon?" Sword Saint explains, "When the magic inside a dungeon starts increasing, the difficulty level also rises. And when changes happen, either the dungeon gets promoted in rank, or its closing time decreases significantly." Kim follows up, "So when exactly does this happen?" Sword Saint replies, "It's a phenomenon that occurred long before you were born, back when dungeons first started appearing in the world." Kim is stunned. "Wait, Kalia said that this isn't over yet. So, does that mean the dungeon's closing date is near?" Sword Saint calms him down. "You don't need to worry. Kalia misunderstood. That disaster was dealt with a long time ago." Kim nods. "All right, fair enough. But where are you heading now?" Sword Saint replies sternly, "You don't need to know." He then warns Kim, "And hey, if you try anything funny with Cheyenne, I'm telling you right now, I won't spare you." Kim completely misinterprets this. "Are your words acknowledging me?" Sword Saint gets even more annoyed. "No, that's not what I meant. It means I'm going to keep an eye on you." Kim smirks and teases him, "But how will you keep an eye on me if you're heading far away?" At this, Sword Saint's face contorts with frustration. Internally, he's cursing Kim, and he's visibly starting to get angry, so much that flames begin emerging from his hands. Kim casually walks away, saying, "All right then, good night, Sword Saint." The Sword Saint mutters, "He's really getting on my nerves." Kim, in his thoughts, reflects, "Every time I joke around, he gets serious and starts showing off his strength. I need to get stronger, strong enough to face him head on." We then see Kim arrive at the academy. Cheyenne greets him. "So, you're finally here. But where's grandfather? He left with you, didn't he?" Kim replies, "Yes, we came together, but he left midway for some work." Cheyenne looks worried. "He didn't say anything?" Kim shakes his head. "No, not really." He then asks, "Are you worried about him?" Cheyenne apologizes. "Sorry. My grandfather tends to get angry easily. Sometimes, he even lashes out. Please don't judge him too harshly." Kim replies, "Even if the Sword Saint doesn't have the best temperament, he hasn't done anything wrong. And if he wants, he can change too. And well, if something does go wrong, he might just kill me." Kim then thinks to himself, "What am I even saying? Meanwhile, Cheyenne is smiling and says, "Thank you," blessing him warmly. Kim hears her thanks and suddenly feels a strange sensation, awkward, maybe even a little emotional. Cheyenne adds, "I think you really need money." Kim responds, "Yeah. I do, but how do you know that?" She laughs. "Because even during training or while roaming around, you keep repeating, 'I need 1 million. I need 1 million. Kim looks confused. "Really? I don't remember saying that." Cheyenne smirks, "You seriously don't remember?" Kim blinks. "Actually, maybe I do." Then he thinks to himself, money isn't such a big deal now. Kalia already gave me 1 million yen. With that, I can pay off all my debts. But his smile fades. The money came. And it's already gone. He sighs. "I have to give lectures now. My free pass is about to expire. And worst of all, I still need to buy a weapon. How am I going to manage all this?" At this point, Cheyenne says, "I thought you were in urgent need of money. That's why, after you left, I got a message on this phone, and I figured it would be perfect for you." Kim replies, "Perfect for me? What does that even mean?" Then we're shown that the 24th dungeon sweep contest is about to begin. Kim, confused, asks, "Dungeon sweep contest? What even is that?" But then, Kim sees the prize money, and he's absolutely stunned. The winning prize is a whopping 3 million. Immediately, he asks Cheyenne, "Okay, but what exactly do you have to do in this contest?" Cheyenne explains, "There's not much to it. You just have to clear as many dungeons as quickly as you can." Kim asks, "If it's that simple, then why is there so much competition?" Cheyenne replies, "Because people don't bother going into dungeons where they don't make money." Kim nods, "Yeah, that actually makes sense." Then he starts thinking, back in the day, awakeners used to raid dungeons even without getting paid. But today's hunters, they only care about their own profit. Cheyenne continues explaining, "Most people avoid these dungeons because the reward is too low, and usually the monsters inside are low rank. But if no one clears them, eventually a dungeon break happens. And it doesn't matter whether the monsters are low or high rank, because for an average person, even a low-rank monster is dangerous. To tackle this, the government issued an order, eliminate all low-rank monsters as soon as possible." Then we're shown an example. On one side, there's a level 50 pro hunter. On the other, a level 2 low-rank goblin. The goblin looks at the hunter and asks, "Are you really going to kill me?" Hearing that, even the pro hunter feels a bit guilty and flustered. Because of situations like these, the government introduced a new system. Kim responds, "So, this method is called the dungeon concept, right?" Cheyenne nods, "Exactly. Most dungeons are low rank and can be handled by a single hunter. Plus, there are way more hunters these days, which is why the contest exists." Kim mutters, "I don't know whose idea this was, but whoever it was, they really used their brain." Cheyenne smiles and says, "I think you'll easily win first prize. What do you think?" Kim thinks for a moment, "So the prize is 3 million. There's no way I'm letting this go. Not just for the money, this will also help me level up. I have no reason not to enter this contest." He confidently says, "All right, I'm in." Cheyenne smiles, "I knew you'd say yes." She adds, "All right, I'll go ahead and register you." Meanwhile, Kim starts thinking, "I never asked her for help, and I definitely didn't say I needed money, but she still went out of her way for me. That means a lot. She isn't even telling me directly, but I know she must have done a lot of research for this." Suddenly, Kim gets chills, goosebumps all over. He mutters to himself, "This time, I'll need to be more prepared. Last time, that Limon Cheel showed up out of nowhere and gave me a tough fight. I can't take chances this time." Cheyenne encourages him, "I think you're going to work really hard again today, right?" Kim thinks, "This time, I'm definitely going to win this contest." Then he turns to Cheyenne and says, "All right, tell me, how exactly does this contest work? What are the details?" Cheyenne begins explaining, "The contest will last for a full week. Once it starts, the government will approve all the low-level dungeons that haven't been raided yet. All participants will be able to see those dungeons through an app on their phones." She continues, "If you want to raid a dungeon, you have to register it first. If you don't clear it within 10 hours, your reservation will be cancelled. And remember, you can only reserve one dungeon at a time." Kim says, "So we need to be strategic and reserve smartly." Cheyenne nods, "Exactly. To put it simply, you need to increase your speed. The faster you are, the more dungeons you can clear." Kim says, "So it's all about speed." Cheyenne adds, "Some people even joke that speed is the real fuel in this contest. The more dungeons you clear, the more you earn." Kim says, "Looking at it now, this seems way harder than I expected." Cheyenne laughs, "Hard? What's hard about it?" Kim explains, "The real problem is raiding the monster crops. I'll need to seriously boost my speed if I want to clear them." But Cheyenne immediately stops him, "No, don't even think about it. I already told you, monster crops, dead monsters, have very low value. They're not worth your time." Kim asks, "So there are no rules and regulations about them?" Shun, now annoyed, says, "Hey, didn't I already tell you? Don't bother with them. They're not worth anything." Kim replies, "If we clear the dungeons one by one, we should be getting paid properly, right?" Then we see Shun saying, "This is going to take a lot of time, and don't forget, you still have to win the final prize." Kim replies, "Yeah, and that's exactly the biggest problem." Shun continues, "I told you before, I was right." Kim then says, "The prize money is the most important thing to me, so there's no way I can afford to be careless about it." Right after that, Kim begins reading all the rules thoroughly. A few days pass, and the scene shifts to the day of the contest. At this point, Kim's lecture progress has improved significantly. Chiro's lecture is at 49.9%, Siddharth Gautama's lecture is at 14.5%, Xing Yong's lecture is at 61.7%, and Merlin's lecture has gone up to 99.9%. Looking at this, Kim starts thinking, "I've worked really hard to improve all these lectures, but still, Merlin's and Xing Yong's progress seems way too low." He reflects, "I've noticed that whenever my progress rate goes above 10%, something in my stats always advances." Then we see Kim about to raid a dungeon. Shun, standing nearby, asks him, "Did you download that app with all the dungeon details?" Kim replies, "Yeah, I've seen it properly and already installed it." Shun then asks, "Weren't you calling some helper earlier? Why isn't he here yet? Where did he go? Ask him, did he get lost?" Kim replies confidently, "There's no way he'd lose his way. I'd never lie about him. His navigation technique is even better than the Sword Saints. Plus, his peak form is seriously impressive." Shun reacts, "Really?" And Kim says, "Look, he's here." Then he calls out, "Hey mister, over here. I'm standing right here." Kim tells him, "I thought you'd be super late, but you showed up earlier than expected." The man responds, "I knew if I was late, you'd curse me out like anything." Then the camera reveals his face. It's none other than the old man from chapter 1, the one Kim saved. As he arrives, the old man asks, "First, tell me what I have to do here." Then we get a flashback to a few days ago, when Kim had called the old man. The old man had picked up and said casually, "So, you want me to work with you, huh? Let me guess, you'll kill the monsters, and I'll collect their corpses? And you want me to be your driver too?" Kim replies, "Exactly. I'll be honest, you won't have much work. Just drive, and I'll bring the monster crops to you. You'll just need to dismantle them." Note, crops here refers to parts of dead monsters. Kim adds, "I'll handle the lifting myself." The old man replies, "Your plan seems solid, but dismantling monsters takes a lot of time. You sure that won't be a problem?" Kim thinks to himself, "I really need you. Dismantling monsters can earn us a good amount of money, and no one can do it better than you." Back in the present, Kim gets a notification on his phone. The dungeon raid has started. Kim says, "All right then, time to get to work." He turns to Miss Shun and says, "I'll see you later." She waves goodbye and leaves. Kim then asks the old man, "You remember all the rules, right?" The old man nods, "Yeah, I memorized everything you told me." Then Kim sits in the truck and says, "You know we've got to clear these dungeons at high speed. So, we'll need fast driving too." He explains, "In this contest, we have to focus on just two things: how quickly we clear the dungeon and how quickly we reach the next one." Kim continues, "Most of the dungeons are 1-star or 2-star level. Of course, their shape and size may vary, but what really matters is how fast we can clear them." He then hands his phone to the old man. The old man asks, "What's this?" Kim replies, "This shows the locations of all dungeons. I want you to pick one from these, so you know how fast we can get there." The old man, looking surprised, says, "You want me to pick?" Kim nods, "Yes, I really do, because you are faster than any navigation system." The old man grins and says, "Put on your seatbelt then, I'm about to hit the gas." Then we shift to another scene where we meet the dungeon raid supervisor. Her name is Go Sojin. Sipping her coffee, she says, "Let's see how long this guy takes to clear a dungeon. Which academy is he from again?" "All right, Dream Academy." Another manager standing beside her comments, "Looks like his academy trained him well. He might take about an hour to clear the dungeon." Go Sojin thinks to herself, the one who just entered the dungeon for the raid, his name is Kim, the one standing outside. He's alone. At first, I thought both of them would enter the dungeon, which is against the rules. But then Kim clarified that the other guy is just going to wait outside. Well, he's just a driver after all. So what exactly is he doing here? So now, we see Kim peeking his head out from the dungeon gate. Meanwhile, the manager standing nearby starts wondering, what happened to the dungeon gate? That's when Kim turns to the old man and says, "Hey old man, I've done my part. Now it's your turn." The old man replies, "Wow, that was fast. You quicker than I expected." Then Hyojin shows up and says, "Hey, wait. If another person enters the dungeon now, that'll be cheating." Kim replies calmly, "Yeah, I know the rule." This surprises the manager. She asks, "If you knew the rules, then why did you do it?" Kim responds, "I already cleared the dungeon." Now the manager gets furious. "What do you mean you cleared the dungeon this quickly? You lying. No one can be that fast." But we see that Kim actually did clear the dungeon in record time, and Hyojin, the manager, is completely shocked. Still in disbelief, she says, "It's only been 10 minutes since you entered. How is that even possible?" Kim, meanwhile, continues with his daily tasks like nothing happened. The manager asks, "What are you even doing now?" Kim replies, "You don't need to worry about that." And he resumes his exercises, completely unfazed. Watching him, the manager mutters to herself, "This guy is seriously insane." Later, Kim steps out of the dungeon and tells the old man, "Here, I brought it out." The old man asks, "Why are you acting crazy again?" Kim answers, "If I don't act crazy, my lecture won't count." Old man, "Lecture?" Kim quickly brushes it off. No, don't worry about it." Then Kim asks, "How long is this going to take?" The old man replies, "You know this monster isn't a high ranker. It'll only take me 15 seconds to dismantle it." Kim smirks, "I figured. You've always been a hard worker." Just then, the manager approaches and asks, "Wait, are you seriously going to dismantle it?" The old man responds, "Yes, is there a problem? Are we violating any rule?" The girl says, "Well, this does go against the rules," but then pauses and realizes, "Wait, actually, there's no such rule." So both of them get back to work. Kim brings in the monsters, and the old man starts dismantling them. Watching this, Hyojin is left completely stunned. Soon, both Kim and the old man finish their tasks. Kim asks, "Where to next?" The old man replies, "Let's head to the next one. It's not far." But we see the manager, still frozen in disbelief, thinking, "What did I just witness?" Meanwhile, Kim and the old man are cheerful, speeding down the road. The old man is driving fast, full of energy. Cut to another dungeon, where a different manager is relaxing, enjoying the sunlight. He says, "I'm so lucky. I don't even need to sit in front of a computer anymore. This is the life I always wanted." He wonders, "I wonder when the person who reserved this dungeon is going to show up." Suddenly, a vehicle arrives at high speed, startling the manager. Kim and the old man jump out and say, "Hurry up. We need to complete the task quickly." Inside the dungeon, we get a glimpse of skeleton monsters. Kim charges in and says, "Time to wrap this up." With just one slash, all the monsters fall. Kim clears the entire dungeon effortlessly. He says, "Well, that's done." The old man begins dismantling the bodies. "Nice. These will sell for a high price." They complete the dungeon in no time and immediately head for the next one. Once they leave, the manager who was relaxing sits there stunned, thinking, "Who were these guys? They came like the wind and left like a storm." He can't believe what just happened. The scene shifts to a building where someone asks, "Assistant Manager Kim, did you finish the progress report we asked for about the dungeon concept?" Kim replies, "Yes, I've completed it. It's on your desk." The person checks the file to review everyone's progress. He reads the names and their stats, then he sees the name, Lee Seoin, and notes, "She cleared 16 dungeons today. She might be in first place. But surprisingly, she's in second place." The reviewer is shocked. "Wait, second place? That means someone cleared more than 16 dungeons today?" Then we find out, first place goes to Kim Sojio. He didn't just clear 17 dungeons. He cleared 32 dungeons in a single day. The reviewer is stunned. "Assistant Manager Kim, could you come here for a second?" Kim replies, "Is there a problem?" The man says, "Look at this report. Someone actually cleared 32 dungeons today. Is that even possible?" Then the scene shifts to Manager Kim. He admits that in the beginning, he was also very suspicious. But he personally went and investigated the situation. What he found out was surprising. It was completely fair. He then explains that the speed at which this guy is clearing dungeons is actually very impressive. The dungeon observers, basically the managers, also confirmed that Kim had cleared a dungeon in just 10 minutes. Hearing the 10 minutes part, the other guy is visibly shocked. He says, "That doesn't even make sense. Even if it's just a 1 or 2-star dungeon, it still takes at least 30 minutes for a regular hunter to clear it. The director then questions, is it possible that someone helped him? Kim replies, I thought the same, but I was there personally, there was no rule breaking. The director presses further, then tell me, which academy is he from? Manager Kim answers, he's from Dream Academy. It's a small hunter academy located in Seolimping district. The director responds, Dream Academy, that sounds familiar. Kim suddenly remembers and says, oh, right. That's the academy run by the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. Both of them look at each other in shock. Then one of them says, check once, did the Sword Saint register him himself? Kim replies, all right, I'll check it right away. The scene now cuts to Lee Seoyeon, who is being scolded by someone. That person says, I think you missed the first place today. Seoyeon replies, I'm sorry. This won't happen again. But the person continues, what's the point of saying sorry now? You didn't get first place, and you know how embarrassing that is for our academy. Seoyeon lowers her head and promises, I'll work harder from now on. The person then mocks her, do you really think clearing 32 dungeons in a day is easy? Seoyeon silently wonders to herself, could I clear a dungeon in just 10 minutes? Then she thinks again, no, not at all. Even if I did, the distance between the dungeons would waste too much time. The man continues, I'm sure someone helped him. Then he looks at Seoyeon and says, just keep doing what you're told. Seoyeon silently thinks, judging by his reaction, it feels like a new opportunity is coming for me. Maybe, he's about to change the rules. The man suddenly asks, do you think I'd stoop so low? We're then told his name, Lee Sukman, an A-rank hunter, the headmaster of East Academy, and also Seoyeon's father. He tells Seoyeon, don't think like that. It's disgusting. This world only cares about one thing, the result. Who wins, who gets the advantage. Everything else is irrelevant. He then asks, are you still thinking about Jinsoon? Seoyeon quickly says, no, I'm not. Her father responds, Jinsoon, he was crazy. He never cared about himself. Then he warns her, don't ever act like him. Seoyeon nods, of course, father. I won't. She leaves the office, but memories of Jinsoon resurface. She remembers Jinsoon saying, even if you become a pro hunter, you must keep your heart guarded, never get attached to anyone. She would laugh and say, there you go again with your crazy talk. Every pro hunter works only for money. But Jinsoon would insist, even if the world changes, we shouldn't. Just wait, when your brother becomes a pro hunter, he'll win everyone's heart. That's when we learn that Jinsoon was her brother. Seoyeon had laughed back then and teased, I beg you, never say these things out loud again. People will mock you. She had warned him, if you speak like this in front of others, they'll embarrass you. Jinsoon replied, so, do you want your brother to be humiliated? Seoyeon had cared about her brother so much that even now, she kept seeing his illusion in front of her. She finally says to him, if you're dead, then stop appearing in front of me, and walks away in anger. Then, suddenly, we hear a voice saying, man, my body hurts so much today. We cut to a scene with Kim and an old man. Kim tells him, old man, you worked hard today. The old man asks, do I have to keep doing this until next week too? Kim laughs, sometimes, you act just like a kid. The old man yells at him, have you ever driven a truck? Do you even know how hard that is? Kim calmly replies, yes, I do. But if you knew how much we earned today, you wouldn't be complaining. The old man asks, fine. Tell me, how much did we make? Kim responds, after cutting out the commission and taxes, we've got $7,800 left. If we split that 50 to 50, you get $3,900 and I get $3,900. The old man snaps, 50 to 50? No way. It should be 70 to 30. You beat the monsters and brought them to me. I only dismantled them. Kim says, dismantling monsters is also important. I was actually going to do 80 to 20, but I gave you 30. That's 10% more than you deserve. So just go along with it. If not, I won't be coming back tomorrow. After that, Kim says, all right, fine. I'll do as you say. If we take 30% of 7,800, it's around 2,340. But that amount doesn't sound good to me. So, I'll make it 2,500. Hearing this, the old man replies, hey, what just happened? That 2,300 suddenly became 2,500? Kim responds, just pretend you didn't see anything. Because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be making this much money. And anyway, if you think it's too much, just fill up your car with fuel. The old man nods and says, all right, I'll go with what you're saying. Then Kim asks, by the way, tell me something. You didn't look too surprised. The old man replies, surprised? Why would I be surprised? Do you think I'm shocked because of the money? Kim says, no, I'm not talking about money. Didn't you notice I was raiding dungeons? You didn't look shocked at all. The old man calmly answers, not really. I was there at the academy fight. I saw everything. Kim is suddenly shocked. You were there? Then why didn't you contact me? We could have talked. The old man says, talk about what? If we had talked, it would have just added pressure on you. So I chose not to. Kim thinks to himself, just like I thought. The old man may look rough from the outside, but deep down, he's soft-hearted. He helped me when I was drowning in debt. When no one else was around, he stood by me like a pillar. He's always supported me. Then Kim says, hey, old man, I just got a great idea. What if you start a monster delivery service? Doesn't that sound cool? The old man raises an eyebrow. Monster delivery service? And where do you suppose I'll get the money for all this? Are you powerful enough, or rich enough, to start a whole new service? Kim laughs, not yet. Maybe later. Right now, it's like an egg dreaming of becoming a chicken. Here, the old man's sarcasm basically means Kim doesn't even have the money yet, and he's already planning to spend it. Then we're shown day 2 of the dungeon contest. Someone remarks, so you're the two who not only clear dungeons but dismantle monsters too? That guy adds, isn't it weird? First, you clear dungeons, and then you dismantle the monsters. I had doubts at first, but now I'm sure. Still, as long as no rules are being broken, go ahead and do your thing. Then we see the day 2 leaderboard. Kim Seo-jun has cleared 41 dungeons, and Lee Seo-yeon has cleared 20. Kim says, good. If things keep going like this, I'll win this contest easily. But the old man is now visibly exhausted. He says, if we don't win this contest, I swear I'm gonna lose my mind. Kim reassures him, don't stress. Just 5 more days to go. He then thinks to himself, choosing the old man was a great decision. Cut to the old man again. He mutters, someone needs to tell this guy that the word rest actually exists. Kim says, alright, if I win here, I'm going to treat you to some really good meals. The old man grins, deal. But be warned, I'm planning to buy some expensive stuff. Kim replies, of course. I'll invite Seo-yeon too, and then we'll throw a proper party. The old man laughs, sounds like I'll need to place a giant meat order. Kim is thrilled and says, at this rate, my prize doesn't seem far off. Then we move to day 3. The old man stands there with a strange expression. Kim asks, what's wrong? Did something happen? The old man shows him something. Looking at it, Kim is shocked. All the dungeons around him are marked as reserved. Kim says, how is this even possible? All the dungeons near me are already reserved? He thinks, if I go for non-reserved dungeons, it'll take a lot more time. But why are only the dungeons near me reserved? Is it just a coincidence? Or something else? The old man adds, something feels off here. Kim agrees, yeah, I feel it too. It's like all the other participants are doing this on purpose. And it's seriously starting to make me angry. But then he calms himself, maybe it's true, or maybe it's not. We can't say for sure yet. For now, let's just go clear some dungeons. Next day, the same situation repeats. All nearby dungeons are still reserved. The old man is now clearly pissed and starts cursing the system. We then see the board. Kim has only cleared 10 dungeons, while Lee Seo-yeon has cleared 25. Kim thinks, man, I only cleared 10 today. Something is definitely wrong. The old man says, this isn't just something wrong. This is worse than that. The one in second place is quickly catching up. Then the daughter of Sword Saint, Yun, shows up and says, you can actually check which participants reserved which dungeons. Kim starts thinking, even if I'm leading now, if this keeps happening every day, I won't be able to maintain it. I'll lose this contest. Kim turns to the old man. I'm sorry. I think until I close this gap, we'll have to stop dismantling monsters. The old man nods, I know. Victory is important. Then he adds, it's not about how quickly you clear dungeons. What matters is how close, or how far, you are from them. After that, Kim starts thinking and says, this is absolutely correct. But then, suddenly, he exclaims, I have an idea, and this might just help us win easily. Next, we are shown a scene with several hunters standing around. One of them says, it's good that you all are talking, but don't get too relaxed. Kim will reserve one area, and you all should register the surrounding areas. One of the hunters replies, don't worry, I'm watching it on my screen. Then, another hunter adds, I know, we just need to do what we did yesterday. 2 hunters are conversing about how one of them completes the raids so quickly. The one standing across from him responds, we don't care how he does it. We just need to focus on what we're getting from him. The first hunter stands up and says, hey, listen to me. He has just reserved it. Remember, we have to do exactly what we did yesterday. Reserve all the dungeons around his area. And don't do it all at once, spread it out over 10-minute gaps. Otherwise, he might get suspicious. The man with the hat agrees, okay, we got it. No need to explain further. But suddenly, the hunters are shocked as they spot something. They rush to the person who had just lectured them. One of the hunters asks, what's going on? Why aren't you reserving the areas quickly? Is something wrong? The other hunter responds, we want to reserve, but we can't because Kim has already reserved it. Leo is already hunting there. Hearing this, the person who had been lecturing them is visibly shocked and says, "Show me the phone." The hunters explain that if they reserve all the dungeons around him, Leo won't be able to raid them. One of the hunters asks, "Can we cancel our reservations?" The other hunter answers, "Once you reserve a dungeon, you can't cancel it." The person who had been guiding them looks at the phone, trembling in shock. Meanwhile, we see Leo quickly eliminating monsters. She then gets into a car and tells the driver, "Hurry up. Take me to the next destination. I need to raid more dungeons." The driver replies, "Ma'am, you cleared that dungeon really quickly. It only took you 15 minutes to finish it." Leo then says, "Why haven't you started the car?" The driver responds, "All the dungeons in this area have been reserved." Next, a list appears showing that Kim Seo-jun has cleared 15 dungeons, while Leo has cleared 13. Leo sighs, "Ugh, we've been tricked. At first, I thought Kim was accidentally reserving areas around us. But now I realize he's deliberately reserving them. If this continues, I'll lose to him quickly, and the gap will widen. I won't be able to catch up." Her father replies, "I knew he'd notice eventually, but I didn't expect him to notice so quickly and take revenge." He then adds, "Don't worry. I've come up with another plan. Just do what you've been doing." The scene shifts to the 5th day of the dungeon contest. Someone approaches Kim and says, "So, you're Kim." Kim asks, "First, tell me, do you know me?" The old man replies, "I knew something was going to go wrong here." Kim then says, "You know the rules, right? Participants can't fight each other. If you try, there will be a punishment. I'm not here to fight you, I reserve my dungeons." Leo, coming over, says, "So you're the participant Kim. Are you the same Kim we've been hearing about?" Kim responds, "So, you're Li Xiaon, or should I say Leo?" Kim then says, "It doesn't matter who wins or loses. What matters is that we should have a fair fight. The competition has started, and we should complete it with good intentions." Leo retorts, "So, you're saying I'm not fighting fairly?" Kim quickly clarifies, No, that's not what I meant," and leaves. Meanwhile, Sean watches him leave. Sean looks at him and starts speaking, "What a nice intention. You really making me laugh." But in her mind, she's thinking, in today's world, no one really thinks with good intentions. Humans, or whatever creatures live here, are only selfish. They act only when there's something to gain, otherwise, they won't lift a finger. She continues, "So basically, what I'm saying is, this world has no justice or equality." Then we see her releasing her aura and stepping into her dungeon. She says, "Alright, let me clear this dungeon first." Cut to the next scene, Li Xiaon quickly clears her dungeon and comes outside. Her driver is there, surprised. He says, "Wow, unbelievable. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. These people really don't stop, do they?" Li Xiaon turns to look, and she's completely shocked. Kim is approaching with a bunch of monsters, while an old man rapidly dismantles them. Kim walks up to her and says, "Impressive. You cleared your raid faster than I expected. I thought you'd take a bit longer." Then Kim asks her, "Can I have the monster crops from your dungeon?" She replies, "Sure, you can take them. I don't mind." Hearing that, Kim gets really happy and says, "Thanks." He then goes back to exercising. Li Xiaon asks, "What exactly are you doing?" Kim responds, "Are you asking about the exercising or the dismantling?" He explains, "I'm doing this because I need money. We even get paid for dismantling monsters." Li Xiaon, walking away, mutters, "I'm really just wasting my time with you." In her mind, she thinks, "I knew it. No one in this world is born with good intentions." Makes sense, though, how could there be genuinely good people in this world? She remembers her brother, who once told her, "Your brother will become a pro hunter and rule everyone's hearts." Now she thinks to herself, anyone can become a pro hunter nowadays. It's just a job title now. With all that on her mind, she walks toward her car. Scene shift, suddenly, there's a massive explosion. Someone says, "Sir Kalia, you told me this was just a 6-star dungeon. So how come there are 10-star monsters here? Care to explain?" A massive monster lies defeated on the ground, with a man standing on top of it. Miss Kalia responds, "I assumed this was a 6-star dungeon, but due to restoration, its level must have increased." The man replies, "Don't say strange things. I know that dungeons don't just change like that anymore. That only happened 30 years ago." It turns out the man is none other than the Sword Saint. He says, "I know this can't be real, this kind of thing stopped happening 3 decades ago." Kalia tries to calm him, "I understand how you feel. I swear on my order of truth, I'm telling the truth." Sword Saint replies, "Are you really being honest? It still sounds like a scam to me." Then suddenly, a man wearing a hat shows up and says, "Oh my god, can you both just calm down for a second?" Another woman appears. She says, "I came here to investigate, not to watch your drama." Sword Saint snaps, "Don't say useless things. I called the Magic Saint here. What are you doing here?" We're then introduced to the woman. Her name is Young Jimin, and she's an apprentice of the Magic Saints. Jimin says, you know the Magic Saint isn't doing well right now, right? Sword Saint, clearly irritated, says, why are you calling me Gramps? Do you even know how old you are? Jimin replies, I know there's a huge age gap between us, but I was just matching your tone. She then adds, I can feel it, the magic here is different. She continues, just as Sword Saint said, this can't be a normal distortion. Tell me, did you feel anything strange while fighting that monster? Sword Saint says, no, I didn't feel anything unusual. And anyway, you know what 10-star monsters are like. Jimin tells him, you're talking in a really strange way right now. Sword Saint asks, so you saying this isn't a distortion, then what is it? Jimin replies, I'm not saying it's not a distortion, but we can't just leave it like this either. She explains, this kind of thing last happened when the giant beasts began to appear. Then, Kalia speaks up, asking if there's a possibility that the other dungeons might have upgraded, just like the dungeon that has been involved with the issue. Jiminy responds that while the chances are low, it's not something they can completely ignore. Who knows? It could very well happen. She says that before anything happens, they need to investigate this thoroughly. She adds that they should also talk to the association president so he can check on the low-level dungeons. The scene shifts to a girl who asks, is this the same dungeon gate? The boy replies, yes, it's quite rare for one dungeon to be attached to two others. We see 3 dungeons in front of the same person, one red, one purple, and one blue. The person says, this is my first time seeing 3 dungeons attached like this. Next, the scene shifts to a guy who says, maybe I reserved this dungeon. Another person apologizes, saying, sorry, I think I made a huge mistake. The third person adds, yeah, sorry too. I thought this dungeon was mine. The scene cuts to Dream Academy, where someone is asking, have these people gone crazy? We see it's none other than the old man, furiously shouting, how can they do this? Every time we reserve, they all end up here. Kim says, none of our methods will work now because they've changed theirs. The next scene shows a list where Kim has cleared only 5 dungeons, while Leo has cleared 26. Shuryan, clearly frustrated, says, if I used my grandfather's name, I could complain against them. Just then, an announcement is made saying that if anyone can't raid a dungeon, they can join someone else's raid and still earn points. Kim reads the announcement and thinks, alright, whatever happens tomorrow, I feel like it's going to be better. Their useless methods won't work on me anymore. The scene shifts to a truck where the old man shouts, hurry, move your car to the side. The person in the truck apologizes, saying, sorry, my gas is leaking, and we see that this isn't a one-time occurrence. Excuses like, sorry, I was so tired I didn't see you, or I didn't see the traffic lights because I was on my phone, are happening everywhere. Next, we move to day 4, where Leo is in first place and Kim is in second. Shuryan tells everyone, I asked the other dungeon participants, and they all said they have no relation to Leo. I've informed dungeon management, and they'll look into it. The old man, still fuming, says, they're doing this on purpose, causing traffic to prevent Kim from raiding dungeons. Shuryan agrees, adding, yes, the biggest issue here is time. I've personally seen that Leo comes from Hunter Academy, and their headmaster is Lisukman. The old man asks, who is Lisukman? Shuryan explains, he's a retired S-rank hunter, and many people acknowledge him, including Sword Saint. The old man replies, is he a professional hunter? I suppose he must be highly skilled if everyone, including your grandfather, recognizes him. Shuryan cuts him off, saying, no, his skills are actually pretty poor. The only thing good about him is his mouth. The old man says, I had a feeling he used tricks like that. Shuryan continues, I don't think they're doing a good job with the investigation, and it'll only end once the challenge is over and Leo wins. If my grandfather were here, this would be resolved quickly. Kim interjects, no, I don't think Sword Saint can arrive here that quickly. Shuryan agrees, and the old man says, we can't give up. If we do, we'll lose for sure. Hearing this, everyone looks down in despair. Shuryan apologizes to Kim, saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you out. Kim asks, why are you apologizing? She replies, I feel like I haven't been of any help to you. Kim reassures her, saying, no, you've already helped us a lot. If you hadn't helped, we would still be way behind. The old man agrees with Kim, telling Shuryan not to worry. We'll figure it all out, he says, then points at Kim and says, he needs to find the way through all of this. The scene shifts again to Kim, who is told by the old man, hey, don't keep your head down. Talk to Shuryan, because I know you're hiding something. Kim smirks evilly, and the scene changes again. A person wonders, have we fallen behind? How is this possible? Another person says, it seems like Kim goes to the dungeons first, reserves them, clears them, and then no one knows where he goes after that. The person sitting in the chair says, I don't know. Do whatever you want, but block his path. Kim yells, it'll only take 5 minutes, and then we'll finish the reservations. The old man replies, that sounds good. If we pay him, he'll tell us which dungeons he's going to raid next. Then he says, I think the Academy's dungeon management team is putting pressure on us not to do this. That's why it's possible that the dungeon management team is supporting Kim. He then yells, are you trying to say that this useless Academy has put pressure on the dungeon management team? How could that be possible? And who exactly is this Academy? After that, the person explains, this isn't just any Academy, it's none other than the Grand Sword Sect's daughter's Dream Academy. As soon as he hears the name of the Sword Sect, sweat starts dripping from his forehead, and he says, now I feel like we don't have any tricks left. But he still yells, no. I have no idea about this, but block his path anyway because the East Academy will never win. And even if the East Academy loses, you know exactly what's going to happen to us. Then, the scene shifts, and we see Leo clearing a dungeon. We check the list where Leo has cleared 126 dungeons, while Kim has cleared only 125. The scene shifts again, and now Kim has cleared 131 dungeons, while Leo is still at 128. Then, once more, the scene shifts, and we see Leo clearing 135 dungeons, while Kim is stuck at 134. In the final scene, we see the last day of the contest where Kim has cleared a total of 141 dungeons, and Leo has also cleared 141. Next, we are shown the contest meeting room where a person exclaims, how did they both end up with equal points? Then, Cheyenne starts speaking, one participant is clearly cheating, so they shouldn't take first place. To which the second person responds, cheating? We didn't cheat at all. We played according to the rules and regulations, and whatever happened to you was just an accident. Cheyenne gets extremely angry and says, an accident? An accident happens once or twice, not every day. This is just cheating. The second person retorts, do you have any proof that we cheated? Suddenly, a third person enters and says, please, you two, calm down. We've decided that two people can't share the same place. Besides, we don't have concrete proof that Li Xiaon cheated. Hearing this, Li Xiaon is very happy and says, see, I told you so. The second person then says, I have a great plan to get us the first place. Next, the scene shifts, and we are introduced to a person named Sinyanchu, who is the head of the dungeon management team. He says, so you arrived. He's talking to none other than Kim. He continues, your name is participant Kim Sojin, right? And you participant Li Xiaon? You've arrived at the perfect time. Let me explain the rules and regulations. The match will be simple. If you clear it, you'll take first place. He explains the rules. The rules are simple. You'll see 3 dungeons in front of you. You have to select one and clear it as quickly as possible. The one who clears it first will win. Kim asks, what if a participant clears one dungeon and immediately clears another? Will they win then? Sinyanchu replies, yes, you've understood it correctly. He continues, we initially thought the participants would clear 2 dungeons, but we couldn't find any location with 4 dungeons together. So, this is the plan. He says humorously, isn't it great that a person clears one dungeon and then immediately moves to another? In his mind, he thinks, if I don't do this, I'll have so much paperwork to handle. Young Suk then adds, anyway, these dungeons are only 2-star difficulty, so it won't be too hard. You can decide which dungeons to choose. Kim thinks to himself, why do I feel like there's some kind of trickery going on here? Let's see what happens next. Kim says, alright, first, I want to choose. Leo replies, okay, you can pick first, whatever you want. Kim responds, I'll go with the dungeon on the right. Leo then says, alright, in that case, I'll choose the left dungeon. Both head toward their respective dungeons. As Kim moves forward, he starts hearing some strange things in his mind. Li Xian, from behind, says to him, don't get too upset this time. Kim is confused, unable to understand her words. But before he can think much, their leader announces, ready, set, go. Kim and Leo enter their dungeons, but Kim can't shake the thought of why Leo had said that. He keeps pondering the meaning behind her words. But then, he decides to let it go, telling himself, whatever she said, I won't focus on it. I need to focus on winning. Kim moves deeper into the dungeon. He thought there would be many covered monsters, but strangely, he hasn't seen any yet. He hasn't even heard their breathing. Doubts begin to creep into his mind. Could this be a hidden dungeon? He wonders. Just then, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the dungeon. The aura around them changes, and Kim gets a feeling he's never had before. Suddenly, a huge claw appears before him, followed by a lion-like monster with wings. This is a matcore. Kim exclaims. But why is there a 4-star monster in a 2-star dungeon? Before Kim can fully process, the monster attacks. Kim quickly reacts and unleashes a powerful blow. With lightning speed, his attack decapitates the monster. That was too easy, Kim mutters as he stands victorious. He rushes outside, still trying to figure out the oddities. I handled the matcore well, but this dungeon should have only had 2-star monsters. How did it end up with a 4-star one? Kim wonders. He's particularly concerned about Leo. I don't think Leo's dungeon could also be a 2-star dungeon. It's just not possible. When Kim exits, the leader is shocked that he's out of the dungeon so quickly. How did you clear the dungeon in such a short time? The leader asks. Kim, frustrated, yells, it was a mat core. The leader, even more shocked, asks, but this is a 2-star dungeon. How could there be a mat core? Kim calmly responds, yes, there was a mat core. You can go check for yourself. Wait, so you killed it? The leader asks, still astonished. Kim nods, yes, I killed it. This match was completely unfair. I request a rematch. The leader replies, I understand your request, but we can't cancel the match. Kim, confused, asks, why not? The leader explains, because Leo hasn't come out of her dungeon yet. Kim's face falls. That's strange, he mutters. Something feels off. Meanwhile, we see Leo, still deep inside her dungeon. I've been walking for so long, but why haven't I seen a single monster? She wonders aloud. Suddenly, a massive monster lurks behind her, a threat she hasn't noticed yet. In a flashback, Leo's brother is seen in pain, telling her, I'm hurting so much. Leo, trying to comfort him, says, just bear with it. Her brother, teasing, remarks, your hand is getting rough. When you become a pro hunter, you'll be able to take down monsters with ease. Leo, a little irritated, responds, how does someone as weak as you talk so big? She then asks, by the way, why did you reject Dad's order? Her brother replies, I don't want to cheat, even if it's Dad's order. He adds, when you become a pro hunter, you'll never need to compromise. You'll always do what your heart tells you. Leo is standing up and says, you're going way ahead now. Then, she shouts, asking, why are you smiling in such a strange manner? You know that people outside talk about you, right? They say you lazy and can't do anything. Leo responds, no one is judging you for cheating or not, but lately, I've noticed you're being nice to others. If you keep doing this, you're going to lose something important. And if you can't take care of yourself, at least try to make some sense of things. Why can't you compromise here? What's this whole, true hunter, thing? Look around. All the old hunters are either dead or too old to continue. In this era, it's not about becoming a hero. Just become a professional hunter. Then, the other person says, I have to do this, leaving Leo completely shocked. They add, I'm just a politician, not corrupt or someone who sold their soul. Leo responds, you always find an excuse for everything. The brother agrees, yeah, that's just who I am. Meanwhile, Leo is running somewhere, reflecting on her brother's words. It's hard for her to believe that Lee Sean will meet someone one day. As Leo pushes through a crowd, shouting for people to get out of her way, she wonders how she ended up without seeing any monsters. Suddenly, a dangerous aura surrounds her. The scene shifts to Kim, who wonders if Lee Sean has come out yet. Shin Yenshu informs him that Lee Sean hasn't cleared the dungeon yet and there's no need for a rematch since Kim has already won. Kim wonders why something feels off. He feels that something big is happening. He suspects the misjudgment might have been caused by Lee Sean, and if it was on his side, Lee Sean would have been out by now. Just then, another person enters and asks, why is he acting this way? The leader wonders if something's wrong, and Kim explains that the power device has suddenly increased. Initially, it showed a 3-star dungeon, but now it's a 4-star one. The leader asks, is the device broken? Kim starts recalling past events and asks Sword Saint about distortion. Sword Saint explains that when magic power suddenly increases, it's called distortion, which also increases the difficulty of dungeons. Kim asks, how is this possible? The power device has never malfunctioned before. The leader agrees, saying, this is the first time this has happened in my 20 years of experience. Then, Kim recalls what Sword Saint had told him before, explaining that such a thing had only happened when Cataclysm occurred, a time of great destruction. The leader turns to Kim and suggests, we should call professional hunters to assess the situation. As the leader turns away to speak, he notices that Kim is no longer there. The scene then shifts back to Leo, who is vomiting blood and extremely angry. She wonders how a monster could be here, reflecting on what her brother always said about justice. After that, we are introduced to a monster known as the 6-star monster, named Nakura. We see this monster advancing towards Leo to attack. Leo is wondering, how could this all be real? In this world, the word, justice, doesn't exist. It only exists in fairy tales. She continues, I am not going to die the same stupid death as my brother. As she's lost in thought, the monster attacks Leo. But then, she's shocked by something, and just then, a figure appears in front of her. Leo says, what are you doing here? It turns out to be none other than Kim, who has blocked the monster's attack. We can see Kim struggling but managing to block the attack. He tells Leo, listen, Leo, can you move away from here? It's getting too tough for me to handle. If you move aside, it'll be easier for me to manage. While you, rerunning, LL keep the monster distracted for a bit. Leo, confused, asks, "What are you even doing here?" Kim, thinking to himself, says, "I knew this 6-star monster would be something like this." He continues, "I've put all my effort into deflecting its attack." To distract the monster, Kim shouts, "Hey, goat-faced monster, look at me." This enrages the monster, and it turns its attention to Kim, attacking him. Kim, in his mind, thinks, "Good thing I managed to draw its attention." The monster attacks Kim at high speed, but Kim blocks the attack with his spear. He thinks, "If I take even one hit, I could be seriously injured. But the good thing is that I've understood its attack pattern. If I continue reflecting its attacks, I can handle this." However, the monster manages to use its horns to stab Kim through his chest, causing significant injuries and pain. The monster then pushes Kim back, and blood starts leaking from his body. The monster creates an aura around itself and begins preparing a powerful attack. Kim tells Leo, "Hey clever girl, I don't think I'll be able to make it out of this. Can you still not move?" Leo, feeling helpless, asks, "Why are you going this far? Why are you even trying to save me? Even if you do, what's in it for you?" She continues, "If you manage to save me, it won't benefit you at all. All you needed to do was raid the dungeon, and you, win. Don't think you'll gain anything by saving me." Kim responds, "Yeah, you're right. I joined this competition for the money so I could earn a large sum." Leo shouts, "Then what are you doing here? Go. You'll win, and it'll be over. And don't think I'll be grateful to you for this. After everything you've done, don't expect me to be indebted to you." Kim replies, "No, I don't think like that. I know what you did was wrong, but I also know this is probably the first time you've cheated. And while I have no plans to forgive you, I can't just let you die here." As Kim says this, Leo begins to see him as someone resembling her brother. Memories of her brother's words return. "I know it's hard to believe, but you will meet someone like this." Kim, thinking about his mentor's teachings, recalls a lecture where he was told, "You can create your domain according to your will, but most people don't understand that the domain of thought is also a form of judgment. Someone once told me that if you make a move first and think about it later, you'll be too late. But if you think and then move, you are in trouble." Kim, remembering this advice, thinks, "It's true. I need to act first and think later." At this point, we see Kim lost in thought, reflecting on everything that has happened. This deep thinking brings a surge of power within him, and Kim begins to understand that the current situation is something he needs to leave to his sixth sense. The next moment, we see the monster's hand swiftly heading towards Kim, but Kim quickly activates his sixth sense, specifically his transcendent ability. With impressive speed, Kim dodges the attack, and when it strikes the ground, a tremendous amount of pressure is released. Kim starts to think, "What's going on? I managed to dodge that attack so easily. In fact, I now have a feeling that I can predict where its next move will come from." And so, we see Kim easily dodging the monster's attacks, analyzing its movements. He realizes that by observing its muscles closely, he can predict the monster's every move. If this continues, there's a good chance he could defeat it. But, Kim knows he must hold out until the pro hunter team arrives. After all, the leader outside must have already requested reinforcements, so help shouldn't take too long. However, the real concern is how long Leo can endure, and Kim thinks to himself, "I don't have much time left. If I waste any more, the monster could hurt Leo. The first must defeat it now." Kim then uses the power of approval, enveloping himself in an aura. He injects this aura into his spear and attacks the monster. However, the monster also creates its own aura, a sign of its strength. Kim observes, "I can feel it. If I keep fighting like this, I'll never win. I need to combine the power of approval with my spear to create a much stronger attack. If I do that, I might be able to defeat it in one strike." With this resolve, Kim rushes towards the monster. The next moment, all we see is blood, lots of blood. Leo, watching the scene, is stunned. Kim stands unharmed before her, while the monster's head is detached from its body. Leo, still in shock, turns to Kim and says, "This doesn't make sense. How did you do that?" We then see Kim's progress statistics. Chiron's level has increased by 13. Shang's by 7, and Merlin's by 9. Kim leads Leo out of the dungeon, and he says, "I came to save you, but now I feel like I'm making a fool of myself. You were already dead, please, tell me you're not dead. I've made so much effort to save you." Leo responds, "I'm not dead yet." Kim sighs in relief, "That's good. Now, we've got nothing left to do here. Let's get out of here quickly." As they exit the dungeon, the team leader starts shouting, "Where have you two been? How did you get this injured? What happened inside?" Kim responds, "All right, I'll explain everything. But first, could you call the medical team? You can see our condition." The leader yells for the medical team to hurry, as the situation has become an emergency. Leo, still upset, says to Kim, I told you before, I'll never see you as my lifesaver. And honestly, I don't think I've said anything wrong. Kim, not wanting to argue, replies, fine, you're right. As you want, I don't have any expectations from you. Then, a few people approach, suggesting, how could this happen? We think we should send them to the hospital first. Just then, a man steps forward and begins telling the story of the incident. The news of what happened in the dungeon contest spreads worldwide, sparking a wave of curiosity. It's reported that the 6-star monster Narakura appeared in a 2-star dungeon, something that had never happened before. There's never been a case where monsters suddenly changed like this, and it grabs the attention of both the government and various associations. However, no one knows Kim Shuzon's name, his hero status is still unknown. People are asking, who is this guy? Which academy did he come from? He defeated a monster like Narakura on his own. And so, Dream Academy gains widespread recognition. The scene shifts, and someone comments, the apostles of Tempest are watching you. Hearing this, Kalia is shocked. The man continues, the changes that occurred inside the dungeon in Korea might be the reason you've been called. You must be aware that Kim won the contest, and he has already received his prize. Kim, now happy, says, alright, I can now choose any weapon from the Transition Academy. After all, I've got the money for it. After that, we see Kim entering the hospital, and he's talking to himself, saying, well, this is a pretty good situation. I've got 4 million, and the price of the Lens of Luck is only 1 million. I've been eyeing this particular spare item for a while now. He continues, the price of this spare is just 1 million, but the problem is, I don't know the price of the free pass yet. And what if my free pass expires? Will everything inside reset? I lose all the items. Kim then ponders, to be blunt, if I wait here, the prices of all these items are going to increase, and you know how bad my luck is. So, before that happens, I need to buy everything now. That way, even if the prices go up, I won't regret it too much. Next, we see Kim opening the shop of Transition Academy. Inside, there's a ring called Kata Simus. This ring, as described, attracts the opposite sex to you. He also comes across something called Glipna. It's said that this rope can even capture fox gold, and the material used to make it doesn't exist in this world. Furthermore, no one in this world can break this rope. Kim comments, the Lens of Luck might be a great item, but I need to check out some other things too so I don't run out of money. He thinks to himself, it would be smarter to buy all the items now, before their prices go up. Otherwise, if the prices increase later, I won't be able to buy them. And some items that should cost over 10 million are available for only 2.5 million right now. Even though these are copies of the weapons, their powers are incredibly OP, and they can rival the real ones. But the main thing is, I can't ask for a price reduction because the price is already quite low. Kim then reflects, there's a high chance that the prices will go up later. But the biggest problem is, these items don't show their powers. I'll need to research all the different mythologies to understand the effects of these weapons. What if I can't find the mythology for a weapon? That's going to be a huge problem for me. I can't remember all the mythologies either since my mind isn't that sharp. He wonders, could there be a community in Transition Academy where all this information is shared? He then checks out the Academy's community, which is called Freshman Stock Board. However, he's puzzled about why he can't type any messages or leave comments. He decides that when the mentor arrives, he'll ask them about it. Kim scrolls through and finds some information. A user has posted that you should never mock the items from Transition Academy's stores. Always choose your weapons wisely. I've used 100 pieces of gear, and I've mastered them. I'll share my views with everyone. Kim is shocked upon reading this, thinking, this person has mastered 100 pieces of gear. The person then talks about the Aegis shield, saying, this isn't a shield, it's just a piece of garbage. Its effect is terrible. While it can block incoming attacks, the face of the shield is hideous. And if anyone looks at it, they'll turn to stone, even the user. He continues, never buy it. It's trash. If I were to rate it, I wouldn't even give it a 0. 5 out of 10. But if I were to tell my friend, I'd say it's a perfect 10 out of 10. Kim reflects, maybe this person has mastered 100 pieces of gear because they are explaining everything in such detail. I guess they must be telling the truth. The person then talks about the 87th numbers bash, an amazing item, and says, it's awesome. You must purchase it no matter what. Most people don't know about it because it's just a subspace pouch, but it reduces the weight of whatever you put in it by 70%. You can store a lot of items, and all the items in this pouch will freeze time. I went through a lot of trouble to get this, and you, LL, need it too. I highly recommend you purchase it. Its durability is excellent. Kim is interested now, thinking, is it called the Wish? He then wonders, could this item be from Roman mythology? It might belong to the goddess Hera. This pouch was used by the hero Perseus when he stored Medusa's head in it. Finally, Kim decides, let me check the price of this item. Just then, a notification pops up on his screen saying that the price of the item is being settled according to the casualty rate. We then see that the cost of this bag is 1 lakh. Kim starts thinking, the price isn't that high, it's not too special, but maybe I should buy it. He continues, I feel like I can really make use of it. It will help me increase my lecture progress significantly. But then, he also notices the downside. The weight won't be entirely eliminated, it will only be reduced by 70%. Kim then says, if I go into the dungeons and defeat the monsters there, I can easily collect them. Suddenly, he remembers something and says, wait, that's a great idea. I can carry it around and also do some scouting with it, making my daily missions much faster to complete. Only a fool would not buy this. I'm definitely getting it. A few days later, we see Kim with the bag, now purchased. He says, this is amazing. It looks so good in real life too. Even though I don't know much about it yet, the aura of this item is just incredible. We also see that Kim has bought the pouch, which he is now wearing on his waist. But soon, Kim starts crying because his bank account is now completely empty. The 1 lakh he spent on the pouch has now turned into 3 lakh. He curses his bad luck. Just then, Shun shows up and asks, why are you going to raid dungeons? You were just discharged from the hospital yesterday. You should be resting at home. Kim responds, rest? Why should I rest? I'm completely fine now, and I can make money by raiding dungeons. Shun, surprised, asks, money? You already had so much money from your big prize. What happened to it? Kim replies, all of that money is gone now. Shun then asks, did you really spend all of it? What did you spend it on? She looks at the pouch on Kim's waist and instantly understands. But she's also confused because, to her, the pouch looks like it cost more than 4 lakh. Shun then asks, so, are you really excited about this? Kim, excited, replies, yes, I'm really excited. Shun, thinking to herself, recalls how Kim was so down when she took him to buy weapons. She then says, alright, well, it's your money, so I can't say anything. You can spend it however you want. The scene shifts to Kim entering a 4-star dungeon. Shun warns him, be careful. This is a 4-star dungeon. You need to stay alert and watch your surroundings. But if any dangerous situation arises, I'll protect you. Suddenly, the statues of the ghoul monsters begin to shake. Kim says, these ghouls have high defense. It's the perfect time for me to test this pouch and understand its power. He continues, I'll attack first to see if I can defeat them without relying on magic or my approved mountain abilities. Can I defeat them using only the pouch? Despite the monsters having strong defense, the pouch seems even stronger. Kim thinks, at least I'll be able to land an attack on them. As the battle begins, the monsters fail to react to his attack, and their defenses prove useless. Kim's strike cuts through them easily. Shun is shocked as well. Both Kim and Shun stand frozen, wondering what just happened. Shun, thinking to herself, realizes, I should be asking him what just happened. Kim finishes off the monsters without using any magic, and Shun says, I'm not even surprised anymore. After being around Kim, I've gotten used to all this. We see Kim slicing through the monsters like carrots. Shun wonders, what kind of ghoul monsters are these that cut so easily, like tofu? Kim then pulls out the pouch, thinking, I've collected quite a lot of monsters today. Shun, puzzled, asks, how are you even going to fit them in that pouch? It looks like your hand won't even fit in it. Kim quickly starts putting the monsters into the pouch, saying, it's a bit heavy, even though the weight's been reduced by 70%. He pulls out the monsters again, realizing that it's just too much to carry. Kim is saying that once he clears all the dungeons completely, he will gather all the monsters and take them with him. Hearing this, Shun, curious, asks if she can ask him something. She says, I am really curious about something after seeing you. Did you get 4 million yen in prize money or 400 million? Kim replies, no, I only got 1 million. Then Shun asks, so how did you buy so many amazing items? Kim lies, saying, I saw a hunter shop and bought them from there. Shun, excited, asks, where is this hunter shop? Kim replies, it's near my house, and it was called Transgen Shop. Shun, very pleased, says, Transgen Shop? Is that the place where you bought all those incredible items? Then take me there, I need to buy some items too. But Kim crushes her dreams, telling her, "No, you won't be able to go there right now. When I went, they were packing up to leave for a tour." Shun, skeptical, asks, "Are you telling me the truth?" Kim, looking confident, responds, "Do I look like someone who would lie to you?" Shun, not convinced but accepting his answer, says, "Okay, if you say so, I'll believe you." However, Kim is thinking to himself, "Sorry, I didn't want to lie to you." Just then, an earthquake shakes the place. Kim, looking concerned, says, "This place feels a lot more dangerous now." The monsters in the area start looking at Kim, and Kim, realizing the situation, says, "This is going to be tough." Shun, drawing her sword, says, "I guess I'll have to handle this." Kim, stopping her, says, "No, you stay back. I want to test something." Internally, Kim is thinking, "I need to see the full power of my spear because I haven't seen it all yet. It shocked me when it sliced a monster in half with one strike." He wonders, what will happen if I combine my mana with the spear and use my Approve of Mountain skill? We see Kim start using his skills, injecting his mana into the spear. The monsters charge at him, but Kim stays focused on his mana. Slowly, an aura begins to form around him, growing stronger. Shun, amazed, watches as Kim combines his mana with his Approve of Mountain skill. The monsters, seeing his power, begin to panic. Kim condenses his mana and directs it towards his spear, shooting it like a gun. The blast destroys all the monsters, leaving a huge crater in the ground. Shun, shocked, says, "I have no words for this." As we look at the massive crater, we learn that the attack was made through the spear, and Kim wonders, "I know this spear is a copy, but how can it have so much power?" Kim reflects, "Experts say we shouldn't depend on our weapons, but this weapon is so powerful that I feel like I don't need to depend on anyone." He then thinks, "I might need to revisit the Transgend Academy store and check the reviews again, maybe I'll find something new. But the problem is, I don't have enough money to buy more weapons, and if I buy too many, it will affect my casualty rate." Kim realizes, "I don't have much time. I need to attend as many lectures as I can in the 25 days left." With renewed determination, he starts practicing. Later, Shun approaches and says, "Kim, I forgot to tell you, Jimin wants to meet you. Can she?" Kim is surprised, asking, "Jimin? Who is she?" He then asks, "Is she your little sister?" Shun responds, "No, she's not my little sister, but her name is Jimin. I should let you know, she's an apprentice of Magic Scent, and you must have heard of her." Kim is intrigued, "An apprentice of Magic Scent? I've heard a lot about her." We learn that Magic Scent has selected her apprentices secretly, choosing only the most talented individuals. Kim says, "I've heard a lot about her, and I think she's going to be the next Magic Scent." Kim then asks Shun, "Why does she want to meet me?" Shun explains, "The dungeon ratings have changed, and she wants to talk to you about it." Kim starts thinking to himself that she wants to ask about the distortion, but then he stops. Shun, on the other hand, tells him that he doesn't know how much pressure she was putting on him to meet her, but he had delayed it a bit, saying that Kim is still recovering. Kim then asks, "Is she the person?" To which Shun replies, "No, she's not like that. Besides, you don't need to worry about it." Kim says, "Alright, if that's the case, I can talk to her." Shun thanks him and leaves, saying, "I'll contact you after a while." Soon after, Shun messages Jimin that Kim has agreed. A light starts shining behind her, and then someone says, "Shun, I'm here." Shun is surprised to see him and asks, "How did you get here so quickly?" Jimin responds, "You told me I could come anytime." Jimin then asks, "First, tell me, where is the person you've been praising so much?" We are introduced to this person, Jung Jimin, who is an apprentice at the Magic Center. Shun is shocked, asking, "How is this even possible?" Kim looks at her, asking, "A high schooler? What is a high schooler doing here?" Jimin is also surprised, asking, "How can this be possible?" Kim then asks, "Who are you?" Jimin yells, "Where did you buy this from?" Kim asks, "What are you talking about?" But Jimin isn't listening. She continues, "Why didn't you tell me where you bought this from?" Kim gets frustrated and asks, "First, tell me who you are and how you are talking to me like this." Jimin replies, "If you don't like the way I am talking, you can speak however you want." Hearing this, Kim is left speechless. Then, Shun arrives and exclaims, "What happened here?" As soon as she enters, she grabs Jimin and says, "If you keep yelling like this, Kim will be surprised." Jimin responds, "No, let me go. I need to talk to him." Shun says, "No, stay right here," and Kim is taken aback upon hearing the name, Yooni. After a while, we see Yooni quietly sitting. Shun apologizes to Kim, saying, "Sorry, Yooni got too excited. Whenever she sees something new, she gets too curious." Kim then asks, "Is this the person?" Shun confirms, "Yes, this is Yooni Jimin, an apprentice at the Magic Center, just like I told you before." Kim says, "But how is this possible? Whenever I searched for information about her online, I found that she only lives inside the fortress, and her face didn't match what I expected." Shun explains, "Yes, she changes her appearance to keep her real identity hidden." Kim asks, "Is changing your appearance even possible?" Yooni stands up and says, "Yes, it's not perfect, but it's still possible. I can change my body shape and size. If I see someone once, I can look like them." Yooni clarifies, "It's not that easy. It's actually pretty difficult." She then changes the topic and asks, "By the way, where did you get that pouch from?" Kim replies, "What, the space pouch? Are you talking about this?" Yooni rushes to Kim and says, "Yes, I'm talking about that. How is this possible? I've been trying to make one for years, but every method I tried failed." Kim asks Shun, "Have you ever seen something like this?" Shun replies, "No, I hadn't seen it before today. I only saw it when it was with you because it's so impressive." Kim agrees, "Yes, it's definitely impressive. It looks pretty good too." Yooni then yells, "It's not just impressive, it's awesome. Don't you realize how good it is?" Yooni starts explaining how any object placed inside the pouch will freeze time, and 70% of its weight will be reduced. She gives a full lecture on it. Kim starts thinking, "If I show this to my workshop people, they'll start yelling at me." Then Yooni says, "Sell it to me. I'll pay whatever price you ask." Kim responds, "It could be a bit troublesome." Yooni asks, "Tell me, how much money do you need? Do you need 50 million, 60 million, or maybe 100 million? Upon hearing 100 million, Kim's eyes widen in shock. He then says to Yooni, "Do you even know how much money that is, or are you just talking out of thin air?" Yooni quickly responds, "No, I'm not joking. I'm being completely serious." She continues, "If you just ask for money, I can't give it to you right away. For that, I'll need to do a little bit of sponsorship work, but I can easily gather 100 million. And do you know what? This space pouch has a value even greater than 100 million. Kim starts thinking, a 1,000 square foot pouch only costs about 30 million, but this specific Kibi's pouch. She's offering me 100 million for it? Doesn't that seem a bit much? Then, Kim starts to doubt, I'm not so sure she can really gather that much money. Kim wonders, if I do get 100 million, I could repurchase the Kibi's pouch. But it's not just about that. With all the expensive weapons and lectures, I could buy them as well. That way, I could solve all my problems. But still, Kim says, turning down the offer, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Shun asks, what? You can't do that? But you needed money, didn't you? Yooni adds, you could even cover all your losses with that 100 million. Kim responds, fine, touch it first, then we'll talk. When Yooni touches the pouch, she's immediately shocked by its power. Kim says, now you understand. This pouch is bound to me. No one else can touch it. Kim thinks to himself, I just received a message that if anyone else tries to repurchase the pouch, they can never buy it again. And they can't even sell it to someone else. Kim is relieved, thinking, at least now she'll calm down. But Yooni is even more excited. Wait, is this artifact made of 5 circuits? I thought it would be made from 4. This is truly amazing. Tell me, where did you buy this from? She raises her voice, just tell me the name of the place, and I'll give you 1 million yen right now. Shun says, please, quiet down. Shun then explains everything as Kim had instructed. Yooni reacts, so you are saying you bought it from a random store near your house, but that store isn't there anymore? That's really unfortunate. Kim thinks, well, at least she's calmed down. Then, Yooni says, let me at least do some research on it. Kim asks, what do you mean by research? Yooni replies, I'm serious. I can't touch the pouch because it's soul bonded to you, but I can still research it indirectly. I'll even pay you for it. Kim thinks to himself, well, if that's how it is, I guess it's fine. What could happen to me? I'm the owner of it, after all. The narrator explains, Kim's pouch doesn't shock him because it's soul bonded to him. But if anyone else touches it, they'll experience a shock. Yooni will have Kim do the research for her, but only through his touch. Kim wonders, this won't interfere with any casualties, will it? Yooni looks at him with hopeful eyes. Kim says, fine, it doesn't sound that bad. If you need help with research, I'll assist you. Yooni's face lights up with happiness. Kim then asks, do you want to start researching my kibbe's pouch right now? Yooni refuses. No, I don't have the materials with me. I'll invite you to my research lab, and we can do it there. But first, I have something important to talk about. Yooni continues, I almost forgot why I came here in the first place. Kim asks, are you asking about distortion? Yooni replies, yes, you're right. I need the details on what happened there. A bit later, Kim tells her everything. Yooni says, so you faced the Korra monster there, and the device couldn't track it? That's really strange. Kim agrees, yeah, it's strange. Yooni asks, how did you defeat the Narukura monster? Kim replies, maybe I was just lucky. Yooni, in disbelief, says, you are telling me you defeated a 6-star monster just by luck? If you couldn't condense your aura, you wouldn't even be able to scratch it. Kim shrugs, yeah, maybe I was just lucky that time. Kim was thinking to himself, if I had only used the power of Approval Mountain, I could never have defeated him. If I didn't have Merlin's mana, I would have been finished long ago. As soon as he thought of Merlin's name, something clicked in Kim's mind. He started to think about the last time he had attended Merlin's lecture. Kim then spoke to Jimin. I might be making a mistake here, but I want to tell you something. Jimin, curious, asked, okay, so what kind of opinion do you want to share? Kim explained, mana and magic are, in a way, a derivation of mana. How do you use mana? And how do others think of using it? That's what makes individual perspectives so unique. Jimin nodded and replied, yes, you're absolutely right. It could be the same in dungeon distortion as well. Hearing this, Jimin became very excited. She stood up suddenly and said, would you tell me more in detail? Kim started explaining, if we could change magic and aura, dungeon distortion might be the same. It could even be the result of someone's interference. I think this distortion could be caused by someone. It might even be artificial. Kim then thought to himself, what am I talking about in front of this genius? Oh well, forget it. He stood up and said, never mind, I think I've said some nonsense. You don't need to take me seriously. Jimin, still curious, responded, so who are you? What are you trying to say? Kim was taken aback. Jimin continued, I'm asking if you are a magic scholar. Kim, shouting, replied, can't you see? I'm becoming a pro hunter. Jimin responded, then tell me, how do you explain things so well? And tell me, what is the law of the world? Where did you learn so much about magic aura? Kim thought to himself, this is Merlin's idea. My brain's getting all confused. Jimin then said, you are amazing. And you have that pouch too. She became anxious and asked, wait, are you the one who made all those space pouches? Then she said, a normal pro hunter who is actually a secret genius. A magic scholar. Kim replied, what nonsense are you talking about? He thought, this girl's mind must be messed up. He then said, no, I'm not a magic scholar. Jimin, more determined, said, okay, then tell me more about your ideas. Kim explained, I've added some thoughts here based on what Merlin taught me. I never imagined it would have such a big reaction. Jimin began teaching her class, asking, what do you know about the fundamentals of mana? Kim explained everything he knew, adding, this is pretty normal. Think about it, if the head of a transition academy answers questions, it's bound to spark curiosity. So, their knowledge is likely to be extraordinary. However, as he spoke, Kim suddenly thought, wait a minute. If I have this much knowledge, I could teach others and make money from it. Looking at Jimin, he thought, my brain's finally working properly. He continued, this makes so much sense. If I've loaned out my kibus, why not share my knowledge too and make money from it? After all, I've worked hard to acquire it. Kim thought, I shouldn't just let go of everything I've gained. I need to keep increasing my knowledge, because I am a candidate. Someone might come to me to learn, and I need to be prepared. Finally, Jimin responded, so, you don't know the basics, which means you don't know about sorcery either, right? Then Kim starts speaking. You saw it, right? My progress rate is only around 17%, so obviously, I can't go much beyond this level right now. Right after that, Yooni stands there and says, thank you for giving me that idea earlier. It's been really useful for me, and I can also apply it to my research. Then Cheyenne chimes in from the back, I brought some snacks for you. Aren't you going to eat them? To that, Jimin, who's about to leave, replies, no, I've got unfinished work to complete first. And that's why I'll definitely invite you to the lab as well. Still, Cheyenne insists, but at least have a little bite before you go. Then Kim starts talking about uni. If I look at her from a public perspective, she's quite a unique girl. Cheyenne agrees, yeah, you're right. I think uni must have heard about this already. Even I worry sometimes. Can she really become the next magic saint? Kim thinks to himself, if I consider that Kalia is the sword saint and I've already met apprentices of the magic saints, then that in itself is a big deal. Still, it feels odd that I've met them already. Cheyenne then sits at the table and says, let them go. Let's have our meal. Kim nods, all right, thank you. While eating, Kim continues thinking, the next one is the grand voice. Maybe they might come and meet me. The scene shifts. Kim is now sitting somewhere alone, visibly frustrated. This lecture progress rate. It's increasing way too slowly. We get a clear look, Kim's lectures are progressing slowly indeed. Chiron's at 0.7%, Siddharth Gautam at 0.1%, Xiang Yang at 0.5%, and Merlin just 0.2%. But then Kim suddenly becomes motivated. Well, my daily tasks get completed quickly because I've got the current wish. But even if I have spare time, I should still keep training to improve my progress rate faster. At the very least, I want to finish one full lecture while I still have the free pass. He pauses, thinking, or maybe I might need to buy another free pass again to keep boosting my progress rate. Later, Kim goes to Miss Cheyenne and says, Miss Cheyenne, I wanted to ask you something. But we see that Miss Cheyenne is lost in her own thoughts. She's saying to herself, what do I do when the new candidates enter the academy? I can't train them all at once. I'll have to buy even more lectures. Hearing all this, Kim makes an awkward expression. Cheyenne keeps thinking aloud, I can't just hire any random person to come and start teaching the students. I'll also have to decide how much salary to give them. Kim finally walks up and asks, Miss Cheyenne, are you okay? Startled by his voice, Cheyenne jumps. Who's there? Oh. You were calling me? Kim responds, what's wrong? You didn't even hear me. What's bothering you? Cheyenne asks, so you were calling me? Kim says, yes, you seem very stressed lately. Cheyenne nods, I was just thinking, if I recruit more candidates, more students will enroll. But that also brings more challenges. That's what I've been trying to figure out. Kim thinks, wow. She already has so many problems of her own. Then Cheyenne asks, all right, tell me, why were you looking for me? Kim replies, oh, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if there are any upcoming competitions, like the Dungeon Sweep contest or the Academy tournament we had earlier. Could you check if there's anything like that happening in the next 20 days? Cheyenne checks her phone. I'm sorry, there aren't any competitions happening right now. Hearing that, Kim gets disappointed. Not even one? Cheyenne adds, well, there is a mock exam coming up next month at Hunter Miles Academy. We're then given some details about this mock exam. As the name suggests, it's not a real exam, but even so, anyone can become a pro hunter through it. However, if you fail, you'll have to wait an entire year to try again. The pressure is real. Hunter academies push their candidates to pass this mock test as soon as possible. Rumors even say that if you score high in this mock exam, your chances in the real pro hunter exam increase significantly. Kim starts thinking seriously. There are definitely going to be some strong contenders, probably even stronger than Lee Chan. And if I participate in this mock test, I could qualify for a scholarship. That would solve both my lecture and money problems. But then he remembers the catch. This exam is next month. And by then, my free pass will expire. So, after that, Kim starts speaking. Alright. I guess I don't really have any choice now. Still, let's see how far I can go if I give it my all. A little while later, we see a new scene where Kim is watching a lecture by Chiro. In the lecture, Chiro explains that techniques are never truly perfect. Situations change, and with that, your techniques must adapt too. But there's one thing more important than any technique, our institution. Kim, while watching the lecture, reflects, well, why did I never think this way before? And this transition academy, it's seriously overpowered. Then Chiro appears again and says, let me give you a quick reminder. The mock exam for the transgender program is coming up soon. Kim is clearly shocked hearing this. Chiro adds, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't stress too much about the mock exam. After all, it's just a mock. I'll explain more in the next lecture. Kim, still confused, wonders, did I hear something wrong just now? Alright guys, here's something you should know. This mock exam isn't some kind of hunter exam. It's a standard practice test used everywhere so that teachers can evaluate their students' level. Then Kim says, wait, even in Transition Academy they conduct mock tests. Right then, he gets a notification on his phone. It's the official alert for the Transition Academy mock exam. Kim stares at it in disbelief. This is real. It's actually happening. And it even grants licenses? This feels just like a real hunter examination. He continues, now I remember. When I first saw the Transition Academy advertisement, I noticed a 5th grade sage and a 9th grade sword master. Back then I thought they were just exaggerating, but now I'm realizing it was all true. But almost instantly, Kim loses hope. Forget it. Why would I even take a mock exam? I'm way below their level. What's the point of trying? Trying to distract himself, he opens another lecture, hoping to improve his lecture progress rate. But just as he starts, a different teacher, someone from the spear class, starts shouting, your mock exam is coming up soon. If you have the motivation, go and pass it. You should take it as soon as you can. Use your power of opportunities skill, even if you retrash, clear it with your pride. The lecture ends, and Kim mutters, what the heck is going on? These aren't just recordings. Why is every lecture today focusing on this mock exam? Why is there so much pressure on me to take it? Then Kim stops, puzzled. Wait a minute. Siddharth Gautam and Merlin, they aren't saying the same thing, right? But as we see next, both of them are, in fact, encouraging him to take the mock test as soon as possible. Kim lies down and sighs. Well, this isn't the first time the Transition Academy has acted strangely. But seriously, is this mock exam really that important? Let's check the community to see what others are saying about it. He opens the community section and finds a post by someone who writes, hey guys, how's everyone doing? Seems like most of you are preparing for the Transition Academy mock test. I tried asking around about where it's happening and who's conducting it, but no one knows. Kim thinks to himself, wow, his situation sounds just like mine. He scrolls quickly through his phone until something catches his eye. A user named Ruler of the Forest has posted something. I recommend taking this job. Since you're a freshman, it'll give you a ton of experience, and it'll also boost your lecture progress rate. Kim says, yeah, I should definitely check this out. It might really help speed up my progress rate. And finally, he says to himself, let's try it once and see what happens. If it works, it might just turn out to be a good decision. We cut to the next morning. Kim is standing in front of a door, staring at his phone. He taps on a notification from his mock test app. A message pops up, your casualty level is being measured. Another message immediately follows, do you want to start the mock test now? There are two options, yes and no. Then it says, it's free for the first time. Kim reads that and says, free for the first time, huh? Why do I always feel like I'm doing something shady whenever I use free stuff? He pauses, then corrects himself, no, what am I thinking? I should be focusing on making more money. Alright then, let's accept it. Without wasting time, Kim selects yes and chooses battle mode. He hypes himself up, even if I get matched with a 9th class sword master, I'm ready to fight. With a confident, let's go, his energy surges. From here, the story gets more intense. A message arrives, your custom mock exam is being generated. The difficulty is being calibrated through Transcend settings. There are 7 subjects, and Kim has to score high in each one. The Transcend mock exam begins. Another notification pops up, your first subject is battle mode. It's being created in real time. Kim is stunned. It's starting now? Like, right now? Then he reads further, you'll face 15 stages. Based on the pattern, the first level might have a 5 or 6 star monster, so by the 15th level, I could be facing a 20-star monster? Just then, light starts bursting out from Kim's phone. What the heck? Why is my phone glowing like this? He wonders, does this mean the monster is about to appear right here? And it does. A monster begins emerging from the phone. Kim stares in disbelief. It's growing, and still growing? It's not stopping? The monster finishes materializing. It's not just any beast, it's a dragon. A seriously cool-looking one. Compared to it, Kim looks tiny. Another message appears, level 1 monster, defeat it within 30 minutes. Kim reacts with a bit of sarcasm, yeah, sure. How am I supposed to do that? These Transcend people have lost their minds. But the dragon doesn't wait. It begins charging an attack, Flame Breath. Kim panics, wait. At least give me 2 minutes to prepare. The dragon clearly isn't listening. It unleashes its Flame Breath, blasting Kim with full force. The attack is so powerful, it knocks Kim out instantly. Another message pops up, level 1. Failed. Survival time, 2 seconds. Kim opens his eyes, confused and disoriented. He starts pacing around, muttering to himself, this is insane. How was I supposed to beat that? That wasn't just hard, it was absurd. He reflects, that was only level 1, and it was a dragon of ruin? Not even a minor dragon? Then what's level 15 going to be? A god? He begins spiraling, do Transcend students really fight gods? Or are they fighting other Transcenders? then catches himself, no wait, they are the transcenders. He imagines the gods, Hercules, Zeus, Buddha, watching him and laughing. Trying to calm himself down, Kim takes a deep breath. He sits and tells himself, okay, let's think, what's the next step? He checks his phone again. At least there's one good thing, he gets 10 tries. That gives him some hope, but deep down he knows? No matter how many times I try, nothing really changes. I always lose. But maybe this time, I'll see if I can actually win. And then, after that, we see Kim constantly giving tests and failing in them. He keeps failing over and over again. This failure seems endless. Eventually, we see Kim's face, which has become quite strange, revealing that he only has 5 chances left. Kim then says, man, at this rate, I feel like I'll never win. How am I ever going to defeat this? If it keeps going like this, I'll never beat it. If I keep practicing like this and keep taking tests, I'm going to lose my mind. Then, the scene changes to Kim sitting in a park, calmly drinking juice. He says, the dream of becoming a pro hunter is still far away. So, how can I even think about becoming a transient? I need to increase my progress rate as quickly as possible. As Kim thinks about this, we see him wondering if he can cancel his plan. Just then, his phone receives a notification from the Transition Academy, asking if he would like to take an explanation lecture for the mock test. Kim, filled with excitement, quickly picks up his phone and says, is there anyone who can tell me an attack pattern so that I can clear the first level? The message contains 3 lectures. Heaven Great Sage signified the guardian beast of the blue dragon. Kim is thrilled to see that Great Heaven Sage is included. After considering, he thinks, maybe I can learn these lectures side by side. That would be awesome. He quickly registers for the Heaven Great Sage lecture. In the lecture, Great Sage explains that the first level problem in the mock test is the Dragon of Reunion. He reassures the students that, even though this test seems extremely difficult, it's not as hard as it appears. He compares the battle to fighting Buddha, stating that it is equal to fighting heaven itself. Great Sage adds that many candidates struggle with their breathing during the test. Kim, lost in thought, reflects, it's been a long time since I saw Sun Wukong. The first time I saw him, I thought he was just a cosmic player, but now I know the truth. Sun Wukong then explains that the fight with the dragon will begin at a specific spot, and it will end just as quickly using this method. He says, if I explain it simply, once you avoid the dragon's breath, you'll have already won. Kim, still confused, asks, how do I do that? Sun Wukong responds, I'll show you. A dragon appears before Sun Wukong, the same one that had fought Kim earlier. Sun Wukong explains that instead of defeating the breath, the goal is to dodge the dragon's attacks. Once the dragon uses its breath, it won't be able to use it again for a while. He simplifies, after the breath is over, just hit it enough that it gives up. Sun Wukong then demonstrates using his staff, which is glowing brightly. Kim is amazed, saying, isn't that the heavenly meteor staff? Sun Wukong attacks with it, and the power of the attack, called Meteor Grand Fall, is enough to defeat the dragon instantly. Kim watches in awe, and Sun Wukong casually says, see? It's pretty easy. Kim, however, is still skeptical and responds, did you really just say that was easy? Sun Wukong explains, from my perspective, any candidate can clear it with the right ability. If something seems too difficult, just find the solution. Feeling defeated, Kim is left confused and mutters to himself, what kind of lecture was that? Do they not know how to explain things properly? Or maybe they just don't get how explanations work? He then sighs, no, wait, Sun Wukong is the only one who explains things to me like this. Everyone else goes into way too much detail. The scene shifts to the second lecture, the guardian beast of the blue dragon. After that, he starts explaining, can you face the breath? Then, he pauses and wonders to himself, how can I fight against the breath? He becomes quite sad and says, how am I supposed to do this? Should I just give up? And anyway, I've already used all the free passes from the previous ones, so what's next? He then looks at the third lecture titled Siegfried, where he talks about the fan fire ability. He explains that Siegfried is a famous hero in Northern Europe, often regarded as the dragon slayer. He then goes on to say that Siegfried earned this title not just for slaying dragons but for defeating the Fifur dragon, the most feared one, which earned him the title. Next, the lecture starts, where it is mentioned that, as you already know, Fabrinet's special attack depends on breathing. Whether you can dodge it depends entirely on your ability to handle the breath. We are then shown Siegfried's face, and it's stated that this is the legendary dragon slayer. The instructor explains, if you want to win, you need to learn to dodge his attacks. We then see Kim, who says, I think this is just like the first lecture, and I'm probably going to have to quit this too. But, the lecture continues, and the instructor explains, if you're struggling, it means you haven't cleared the first level yet. Let me explain what's special about this. I'll give you two methods. The instructor begins with the first method, saying, as soon as the dragon is summoned, it will immediately launch a breath attack. If you re-prepared in advance, you can handle it and even counter its attack. He reassures everyone, it will be tough in the beginning, but with practice, it will eventually feel much easier. Kim listens carefully to his words, but there are still some candidates struggling to dodge the attack. The instructor then reveals the second method. For the second method, you need to bring something that shines, something that can distract the dragon. At this, Kim looks intrigued, clearly interested in this new approach. After that, the scene shifts. Someone is speaking, saying, thank you so much for coming here. We then see Kim holding what appears to be a full gold bar in his hand. He says, well, this looks pretty good. But let me tell you, it's not real. He just covered it to make it look like gold. You know how poor Kim really is. Next, we flash back to a moment earlier where Kim is explaining something. You don't need to do much, he says. Just bring something shiny, something that looks like gold. And also remember, that dragon is completely obsessed with gold. That's the only reason I ever defeated it, not because it doesn't have gold, but because it loves gold. He continues, as soon as the dragon is summoned for your first level fight, just throw the gold bar at it. The dragon won't use its breath attack, because if it does, the gold will melt too, and he doesn't want that. Then Kim turns to the person and says, why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to say I'm not using any skills? Well, that's not my problem. It's your problem, how you solve it is up to you. Whether you use a skill or something else is your choice. That's all I can tell you. If you still have doubts, you can ask me later. Back in the present, we see Kim walking away, saying, well, I don't have many options left. I'm just going to use this. He begins summoning the dragon again. And pretty quickly, the dragon actually appears. Kim explains, as soon as the dragon was charging its breath, I threw the gold bar toward it. We then watch the gold bar fly straight toward the dragon. The dragon's eyes go wide the moment it sees the gold. Instead of attacking Kim, it chases after the gold, completely excited. Kim grins and says, finally, I stopped its breath attack. I think I can actually win this. But things turn quickly. The dragon soon realizes the truth, that the gold isn't real, just something coated to look like it. The dragon gets furious. It charges straight toward Kim, who yells, this thing's gone totally mad. How can anyone call this monster just a lizard? Then we see it happen, the dragon attacks and kills Kim. A notification pops up, you've failed level 1 again. Kim returns to his world, sighs, and says, I lasted barely a minute. And that too, just barely. Now, Kim is left with only 4 chances. He mutters, how am I supposed to defeat a monster like that? He looks at something on his phone and is completely shocked. Chiron's lecture rating has increased from 0.7. Kim says, should I get gold armor? Then maybe he won't attack me at all. He adds, it's great that my progress rate has increased. Then the scene shifts again. Kim is back, fighting the dragon. He leaps high and comes down hard, trying to attack. But the dragon swipes him away with a kick. Kim scrambles to his feet and starts running. Damn it! Dodging this thing is impossible. I have to attack somehow, but there's just no time. He manages to get behind the dragon. But the dragon sees him. With a swing of its tail, it attacks. Kim exclaims, damn it! I can't dodge this. Desperate, he pulls something from his space pouch, gold biscuits. He throws the gold bars at the dragon. Immediately, the dragon's focus shifts from Kim to the gold. That's how Kim escapes the tail attack. He pants, that was too close. I almost died. But the dragon charges at him again. Kim yells, what is wrong with this thing? Why is it still so mad? Didn't that one gold bar satisfy it? He decides he needs to give it more gold. Kim pulls out a bunch of gold biscuits from his pouch. The dragon's attention instantly locks onto the shiny gold. It becomes so obsessed that it forgets about Kim completely. Seizing the moment, Kim wastes no time. He flies straight toward the dragon and activates his skill, Uproot of Mountain. Then he uses another skill, a momentum that over the world. Kim's entire look transforms, he's glowing with power, looking absolutely OP. Without holding back, Kim launches a powerful attack straight at the dragon. Then we see that due to that attack, the dragon's mouth opens completely. It looks like the dragon also suffered a lot of damage. After this, Kim becomes extremely happy and starts saying, "All right. I finally managed to land an attack. But did it actually affect the dragon?" However, we then notice that Kim's attack had absolutely no effect on the dragon. The dragon turns to look at Kim, and we see it glaring at him with furious eyes. Kim starts feeling uneasy and says, "Why do I suddenly feel cold?" The next thing we hear is a loud scream. Right after that, Kim receives a message saying, "You failed level 1 again. You still had 24 minutes left, but your trial is over." We then see Kim lying on the ground, badly injured. He says, "I really thought I could defeat the dragon this time. But all I got was intense pain." Despite failing, we see that Kim's progress rate has significantly improved. Chiron's lecture increased to 5. 1, Songyong's to 4. 5, and Merlin's to 1. Looking at these results, Kim becomes quite cheerful. He says, "Just like I thought, when I attacked that dragon, my lecture points went up. If this continues, maybe I can complete all the lectures before the free pass expires. And not just one, I might even complete 2 lectures." He looks at his screen with excitement. But just then, another message pops up. "Do you want to try again? You still have 3 chances left." Seeing this, Kim gets even more pumped and says, "Let's do this. I'll try again." After a short while, we cut to a new scene where someone approaches Kim and asks, "Mr. Kim, are you really not going to the dungeon raid?" It turns out to be Shen. Kim replies, "Yeah, I won't be raiding the dungeon for now. I'm a bit short on time, so I'll stick to self-training." Shen asks, "Do you really not have time?" Kim thinks to himself, "Yeah, she's not wrong. Lately, I've been acting pretty weird, always staring at a blank screen. That's probably what she thinks, but she has no idea I'm actually trying to complete lectures." Then Shen says, "All right, should I finish my paperwork then?" Kim responds, "Yes, go ahead. You can finish it first." Next, we jump to results day. Kim scores only 4. 2 out of 100 in battle. He finds out he completely failed. Everything else is marked as undecided, and Kim sarcastically says, "Wow, what an amazing result. I failed the first level of the mock test." He continues, "The biggest issue is that my lectures didn't progress as quickly as I expected." Kim reflects, "The more fights I engage in, the more my teaching experience grows, and because of that, my progress rate also increases rapidly. I'm even becoming more skilled at applying what I learn." Then we see Kim sitting down, thinking, "Well, there's a 3-day break before the next mock test at Transition Academy. Until then, I should check if there are any lectures I can take. It'll be at least somewhat useful." We cut to a scene 3 days later. A message pops up, "Your basic endurance test is about to begin. This is your second test." Kim starts thinking, how is this next exam going to go? Another message arrives, "You will now receive your question." Suddenly, a red orb appears in Kim's hand, surrounded by a fiery aura. Kim stares at it and says, "What is this? If I collect 7 more items that look like this, will I get a wish granted?" What a joke, and then, right behind Kim, a dragon appears. Another message pops up, "You don't have to do much. Just protect the pill given to you. That's your test." As he turns around, he sees a giant dragon towering behind him. And finally, a last message appears, "You must not take even a single hit from the dragon. The timer is set for 1 hour." After that, we see the dragon coming straight towards Kim, ready to attack. However, Kim is still in shock, standing there, thinking to himself, "Is this what they call the basic endurance test?" Then, a message pops up, telling him that he had died and come back within just 3 seconds. Another message follows, asking, "Do you want to try again? You have 3 chances left." Next, we see Chiron's lecture increasing from 7. 2, and Songyang's lecture rising to 5. 3. Following that, we reintroduce to the third subject, which is a test on reaction speed. This test is also on level 1, and its time limit is 10 minutes. We then observe a statue-like object, immersed in its own chant, as Kim stands there thinking, "What is this thing saying? I don't understand anything about it." Afterward, Kim speaks to the statue, asking, "Do you need an answer from me?" We don't learn if Kim won or lost, but we do see a lecture screen showing an increase in his lectures to 0, 2 and 1. 1. Next, we are introduced to the fourth subject, titled Mana, Another Level 1 Test. Here, it's explained that Kim must give as much mana as possible to the Bulgasari, and the remaining time for this task is 30 minutes. Kim then watches the Bulgasari consume his mana. He says to it, "Are you a stomach or a well? When will you finally be full?" After this, we see the Bulgasari run away, crying, saying, "Forget it, I'm not giving my mana to anyone. I'm completely drained." We return to the progress screen, where Chiron's lecture has increased to 7.2 and Songyang's lecture has risen to 5.4. Then, the fifth subject appears, mental strength. It's explained that all Kim has to do is listen to Sharon's song, which has a time limit of 30 minutes. We then see Sharon, who is actually a mermaid, singing beautifully. Kim stands there, thinking, "This sounds really good. Is this the effect of Siddhartha Gautama's lecture?" After this, we learn that Kim has passed level 1, making him extremely happy. He says, "Wow, I passed level 1 for the first time. I could easily continue to level 15. However, Sharon gets very angry at Kim's words. Then, she starts singing a very dangerous song on level 2, causing blood to pour from Kim's ears. A message appears, stating that Siddhartha Gautama's lecture has increased from level 1. After a while, we see Kim, irritated, saying, "This is absolutely terrible." We then get a look at Kim's mark sheet, which shows low scores, 4.2 in battle, 3.7 in basic endurance, 2.3 in reaction speed, 1.2 in mana, and 9.8 in mental strength. Despite failing all the subjects, the good news is that his progress rate has greatly improved, with Chiron's lecture at 94.9, Siddhartha Gautama's at 15.5, Songyang's at 96.3, and Merlin's at 19.9. After seeing the results, Kim thinks, "I feel like I can complete 2 lectures. I'm just wondering what powers I'll gain after completing them." He then realizes there are still 2 subjects left. What is going on? I didn't get any answers when I responded to the questions, and maybe I'll have to choose a subject on exam day. Kim then decides to let it go, saying, "I'll just wait until the time comes. I can't do anything else right now." Later, we see Kim very stressed, nervously biting his nails. Then, Shion arrives and asks, "Mr. Kim, is something wrong? Your expression seems odd every day." Kim reassures her, saying, No, nothing serious. Don't worry, I'm fine." Kim then reflects, "This feels really wrong. 3 days have passed, but I still haven't received any messages. There are only 5 days left until my free pass expires. I need just a little more time to complete my lectures, but I don't have enough time. Should I go into the dungeon and increase my progress rate?" He decides it would be better than sitting around doing nothing. "I need to clear the dungeon as soon as possible." Just then, we see lights coming from Kim's phone, and a mentor appears, saying, "It's been a long time since we met." Kim, surprised, says, "What is this?" The mentor laughs, saying, "You've really scared me. What did you do while I was away?" As Kim notices the mentor, he thinks, "Man, ever since Ava showed up, things have been quite different." The mentor suddenly gets excited and says, "I feel like even in my absence, you have made quite an impressive progress." But Kim, shouting, quickly responds, "Hey! Why did it take you so long to get here?" From behind, Shen asks, "Are you talking to me?" Then, Shen asks, "Mr. Shoujon, what did you just say?" Kim, trying to avoid confrontation, quickly replies, "I didn't say anything. You must have misheard me." Shen agrees, "Yeah, that could be true. Maybe I did hear it wrong." Kim, now calmly speaking, says, "I think you're really tired, so maybe you should take a rest." The mentor, sitting in front of Kim, now speaks, "First, tell me why you arriving so late." The mentor continues, "I thought you'd manage fine without me." Kim, not holding back, responds, "How can you even say that?" The mentor sighs and admits, "All right, I have to tell you the truth." Kim, firm and ready to hear it, replies, "Yes, tell me the truth." The mentor explains, "I went to check your profile, but when I saw it was absolutely terrible." Kim, irritated, exclaims, "Terrible? What exactly do you mean?" The mentor calmly responds, "The biggest issue is your level." Both Kim and the mentor fall silent, processing the weight of the words. The The mentor then adds, even if I wanted to help you at your current level, I just can't. Kim feels frustrated hearing this and says, if that's the case, you could have at least told me earlier. The mentor apologizes, all right, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. He then asks, but when I wasn't around, did you at least focus on your lectures? Kim, a bit defensive, answers, focus? You re-talking about focus? I've worked hard on this. The mentor, now pleased, asks, then show me your progress rate. As the mentor sees Kim's progress rate, his words falter. Wait, what's this? Is there some error? Why is it showing this? Kim asks, what happened? Is something wrong? The mentor, confused, responds, it's showing that you're taking 4 lectures. But why does the progress rate look like this? Kim, trying to explain, says, it's showing that because I'm actually taking 4 lectures. The mentor, now even more confused, asks, but how is this possible? Kim confidently replies, yes, the information it's showing is correct. There's nothing wrong with it. The mentor, now in complete shock, says, wait, did you just say that the data is correct? But I thought your progress rate was much lower. How did it improve so much in just 3 months? Kim, somewhat casually, says, maybe it's because I've been doing mock exams for trans exams, and they have really helped me. The mentor, taken aback, asks, wait, you're taking mock exams too? Kim responds, yes, is there a problem with that? The mentor, in utter disbelief, says, man, you really don't need me at all. Kim, with a grin, says, well, since we're talking about mock exams, I have some questions about subjects. The mentor, now calm, says, of course, ask me whatever you want. Kim, now inquiring, asks, how do we choose the right subjects? The mentor responds, you just have to choose the subjects, it's not that complicated. But as the mentor sees that Kim is still undecided about the subjects, he says, wait, this is strange. You're in the middle of an exam and still haven't decided on your subjects. How is that even possible? Kim asks, I have one more question for you. What exactly is this academy ID that I haven't received yet? The mentor replies, what are you talking about? When you enrolled in the academy, didn't you receive your ID? Kim responds, no, I didn't get any ID. The mentor is confused and says, that's impossible. Even if you made a mistake, you should have still received your ID. But then, Kim shows a message that says, you don't have any ID yet, so you can't post anything. The mentor is shocked. This doesn't make any sense. How could this happen? I've never seen something like this before. After looking at the message, the mentor says, I think I need to speak to the principal about this. Kim, with a worried expression, says, are you leaving me again? Are you going to ditch me this time too? The mentor reassures him, no. How could I do that? I'm just going out for a bit and will be back soon. The mentor adds, all right, I'll fix the subject selection issue, and you'll be able to choose your subject. He fixes it quickly, hands Kim his phone, and says, now you can choose any subject you want. The mentor disappears, saying, I'll come back before the free pass expires. Kim, about to speak, realizes the mentor has already left. Kim mutters, I had more questions to ask, but he left so quickly. Well, it's not a big deal. He said he'll be back before the free pass expires, so I'll wait. Later, Kim successfully selects his subject. We see that after some time, Kim has completed the subject. As a result, the lecture on Srongyong goes from 3.7 to a higher level, and Kim's progress is 100%. Kim is surrounded by a glowing aura, and a message pops up, you've completed the technique the power of the uprooted mountain. Kim can't believe it. Did I really learn the power of the uprooted mountain? He swings his spear lightly, and a huge aura bursts from it. He exclaims, what just happened? I only swung my spear naturally, but it released the power of the uprooted mountain. Another message appears, would you like to enroll in the upgraded version of Power of the Uprooted Mountain? Meanwhile, Srongyong speaks, okay, at least you completed the lecture. I didn't think you'd ever finish it. He adds, those who complete this lecture will undergo a transformation, and they'll be able to use the skill naturally. But don't get cocky, this is just the beginning. The power of the uprooted mountain is just a basic skill. There are some of you thinking you're really powerful now, but remember, you're still just trash. recycling from the trash heap. He pauses, then continues, but congratulations on completing the lecture. Now, let me explain the path to becoming a transcender. It's a tough road, and you'll doubt your choice at times, but don't stop. Keep moving forward. The speed at which you grow doesn't matter. If you're confident in your path, keep going, no matter how slow. After some time, Kim arrives at Shen's academy. Shen greets him. Kim, you'd here. I wanted to talk to you about the mock exam that was hosted through Hunter Miles, as I told you last week. Should I submit your application now? Kim thinks to himself, I was just about to ask her about this. What perfect timing. Kim says, yes, you can submit it. Shen smiles, I thought so. I'll send your application now. Kim reflects, I really nailed the Transcender Academy mock test, but I hope the Hunter exam goes well too. After all, I've completed the power of the uprooted mountain, and now I have my spear. I wonder what my level is now. Shen tells him, okay, I've submitted your application. If there's no problem, the test will be in 10 days. Kim is standing very close to Shen, lost in thought. I'm just wondering, if I fight Shen now, what will the result be? Will I lose, or will I beat her? Then, Ji-hyun begins to speak. Mr. Kim, what are you doing so close to me? Kim, thinking to himself, feels like he should just forget about it for now. I don't need to fight with him, my progress rate is already complete. Kim then says, no, it's not that. But tell me, how's the plan for recruiting new candidates going? Ji-hyun responds, I've been getting quite worried lately because I keep thinking, if I recruit a new candidate, how will my grandfather react to that? Kim thinks to himself, that's a valid concern. If Sword Scent finds out about this, they tell I'll probably beat everyone up. And should I fight with them again? Ji-hyun, still thinking, asks Kim, even if I manage to convince my grandfather, which lecturers should I invite? Kim, surprised, asks, lecturers? Does that mean you're not planning to teach them yourself? Ji-hyun explains, I can teach a lot of topics, but I can't teach everything as well as I'd like. Each candidate has their own unique style. Kim, puzzled, replies, I thought you could teach multiple students at once. Ji-hyun clarifies, I do need quite a few lecturers, but I can't just invite anyone. I can't afford to hire the famous ones, as they demand a lot. Kim asks, so how much do the popular lecturers usually earn? Ji-hyun answers, popular lecturers at least earn around 100,000 per month, and top-tier ones can charge up to $1 million just for being invited. Upon hearing 1 million, Kim can't hide his excitement, his eyes shining with greed. Kim realizes, so, that's why many hunters retire and join academies. Thinking for a moment, Kim tells Ji-hyun, if you ever need me, just call me. Ji-hyun responds, sure, I'll manage. Scene change, 3 days later, Kim checks his results. His score is 29 out of 100. What is this? How do I only have 29, he wonders. We then see Kim's lecturer scores, which have significantly increased. Siddhartha Gautam, 15. 5. Song-yong's lecture is fully completed with 100, and Merlin is at 19. 9. Kim, smiling, says, finally, I've completed Song-yong's lecture. But it's strange that I haven't finished Chiron's lecture completely yet. I might still manage to finish it before the end. Suddenly, the mentor comes out of Kim's phone. Look, I'm back, the mentor says. But Kim doesn't react much, which the mentor notices. The mentor says, you didn't react this time. Why is that? Kim replies, well, you told me you'd come meet me before the end, and I've completed my lecture now. The mentor, surprised, says, you completed a lecture? I'm shocked. Now I don't have words to say. Kim, changing the topic, asks, did you find out anything about my problem? The mentor replies, I think I got distracted along the way. I wanted to ask you about this before going to the principal. Kim wonders, what problem are you talking about? The mentor shouts, Kim, I think a big problem has come up. Kim is confused. What big problem? The mentor says, before I went to the principal, I thought I should ask you why your ID is like this. But when I checked, I couldn't find anything. Kim, thinking it might be an error, asks, what exactly do you mean? The mentor explains, I've just realized that there is no hunter named Kim Soo-jeon registered in our academy. Kim, shocked, says, what do you mean? Are you saying there's no information? The mentor clarifies, just as I said, there is no hunter named Kim Soo-jeon registered at the academy. Kim, still confused, asks, wait, so you're saying I'm not a member of the Transition Academy? Kim then shouts, how am I even able to take lectures if I'm not registered? The mentor sighs, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. So, the mentor starts explaining to Kim that there is a possibility that only members of their academy can access the lectures. This is why Kim is able to see the lecture on the black screen, and if someone isn't a member, they won't be able to progress in the lecture. The mentor continues, saying that even if he didn't have a membership, he wouldn't be able to approach Kim as a mentor. Kim, now curious, asks, so, you didn't tell the principal about this? The mentor confirms that he did send the information to the principal, but the principal still doesn't know anything about it. Kim starts thinking about who might be in charge of the academy. He doesn't know the academy leader, but he's sure the person must be very powerful. If even that person doesn't know what happened, then no one else would. Kim asks, could this be a system error? The mentor shakes his head and explains, no, there's never been an error in the system unless its causality is changed, but here the causality remains unchanged. The mentor then adds that the principal had told him that they would trace the issue and find out who tampered with the system. They haven't found the culprit yet, but they're working on it. Kim is confused and asks, so what's going to happen to me? Will I no longer be part of the academy? Will I be expelled? The mentor reassures him, saying, no, you've misunderstood. I told you before that once you're a member, you're always a member. We never expel anyone permanently. This issue is from our side, not yours, so you have nothing to worry about. Kim, feeling relieved, responds, all right, now I'm feeling better. I thought it was a system error, but now I know someone interfered intentionally. But who would do such a thing and why? Kim reflects, I just want to become a pro hunter, and I don't want to be anything special. I just want to live my life peacefully. Kim then asks the mentor for confirmation, so you're saying this problem came from your side, not mine. The mentor agrees and assures him that there's no reason to worry as it's all been sorted from their side. Kim says, no problem, it's not a big issue. I thought it was more serious than it really is. The mentor then suggests they move on to the main subjects. They look at the lecture sheet, and Kim sees the following lecture progress: Chayaran's lecture, 94. 9% Siddhartha Gautam's lecture, 15. 5% Shangyu's lecture. 100% Marlin's lecture, 19. 9% Kim quickly says, Mentor, I think my free pass is about to expire. What should I do? The mentor explains that he will guide Kim about the academy's levels. There are 4 levels: entry, lower, middle, and upper. Kim's current level is entry. Kim asks, does this mean when I cross the upper level, I'll become a transient? The mentor shakes his head, no, there are many levels beyond upper that we've hidden. The transient level is extremely difficult. If you think the jump from entry to upper is hard, transient will be even more challenging. Kim gets nervous hearing this, but then the mentor asks him, are you planning to keep your main weapon as a spare? I suggest you purchase the new free pass before the old one expires, so you can continue with the new lectures. Meanwhile, a few messages pop up, one mentioning a person who can do 3 representatives with 500 tons of weight, and another lecture about footwork by Jiang Jeffen. The mentor tells Kim that both these lectures would suit him very well. And that's how the situation unfolds for Kim. Kim is confused and begins speaking. He asks, so, can't I use my mana cultivation version and spare parts? His mentor clears his confusion by replying, no, you can use them, but they are currently at a mid-level. According to my advice, you need to strengthen your foundation first. After that, you won't face any problems, and you'll be one step closer to becoming a transgender. Kim starts thinking and responds, maybe there's a reason for what he said. He agrees with his mentor and says, all right, I understand what you mean. Soon after, a message comes in stating that according to his casualty, his fees are being prepared. Kim is shocked when he sees that the registration fee is 2 million, and the fee for the second lecture is 5 million. His situation becomes worse, and he thinks, even though this is a free pass, I feel like I'll need a lot of money for this. His mentor responds, yes, you'll need to save up for that. Kim then asks, so, what exactly is casualty? His mentor explains, in our Transgender Academy, candidates first cover their basics, which we simply call justification. Kim asks, what does the Academy gain from justification? His mentor replies, "Nothing, but our academy searches for members who truly want to become transgender." Kim asks another question, "But why do they do that?" The mentor apologizes, "I'm sorry, I can only explain so much based on your current level. That's why I suggest you increase your justification quickly, so I can explain everything to you. And yes, I will help you in every possible way." Kim then asks, "Can I ask one more question?" The mentor responds, "Sure, I'll answer if I can." Kim asks, "Are there other candidates besides me?" The mentor says, "Yes, of course. You can check directly on the community board, but I believe you're asking if there are other people in the same dimension as you." Kim responds, "Yes, that's exactly what I meant." The mentor says, "Well, it's a bit tricky, but I'll tell you. According to our Transgender Academy, up to 4 members can exist in the same dimension." The narrator then starts explaining about the top 3 academies in Korea: Hunter Miles, Eli, and Guyan. He continues, "Each academy specializes in something different. If you want to learn magic, you need to go to Eli Academy. If you want to learn about weapons, Guyan's Academy is for you. But if you're unsure, you should go to Hunter Miles Academy. It's explained that if someone doesn't have a specialty, they won't have any weakness either." The narrator continues, "As you know, Eli and Guyan each have their specialties. And as for the Hunter Miles Academy, there will be a mock test today." Kim and Zion are at the test site, where Zion tells Kim, "Mr. Kim, we need to go this way." She insists they move quickly to avoid the crowd. Kim, still lost in thought, notes, "The atmosphere here is completely different from what I saw in the tournament." Zion speaks to a bodyguard, introducing herself as Pak Zion from Dream Academy and Kim as a participant. Kim reflects, "This is completely different from what I saw in the tournament. The mock exam is very different too, and its prize is a 1 million yen scholarship. My 2 new lectures are already priced at 500,000 yen, and so far, I've only earned 300,000 yen. Kim, shocked, thinks to himself, "I knew this day would come, and I even prepared myself for it. But right now, my knees are practically giving way. I know this lecture is crucial, but my main goal is to buy back the free pass." Kim gets motivated and says, "No matter what, I have to pass this mock exam with first place." The bodyguard confirms, "Okay, you're all set. You can go inside." Once inside, Kim sees a large crowd. People are talking, "Hey, don't push," and one person is saying, "Please line up." Seeing this, Kim reacts, "This mock exam is going to be really interesting." Zion tells Kim, "All right, let's meet after the mock exam." We see Zion preparing to leave, and she says to Kim, "I know you'll do great. I believe in you, and I'm sure you'll perform amazingly." Kim, waving goodbye, replies, "All right, I'll see you later." At the beginning of the episode, we see someone yelling, "Hey! Can't you see? I am already standing inside the line." Hearing this voice, Kim turns around and starts wondering, is there really a fight happening here? Then, a guy is shown saying, "What do you want from me?" After that, we are introduced to a boy named King, and throughout the story, we'd be referring to him simply as King. He is from Hunter Mile Academy. As King appears, another guy angrily shouts at him, "Hey, stay right there." But just then, another person steps in, apologizing, and it turns out he was already here earlier. Suddenly, a scuffle breaks out between them. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd starts whispering, "Could it be King Ganchel?" As soon as they hear the name King, everyone is shocked and starts murmuring among themselves, "Where is King Ganchel? I haven't seen him yet." The moment they spot King, they exclaim, "Yes, it really is King Ganchel." The guy who was fighting earlier also realizes, "Oh, he's from Hunter Mile Academy too." Then, another voice rises from the crowd, "I was wondering which Hunter Mile Academy would send this time. Anyway, they should send someone according to their level. Like Elicent Academy sent Lead 1, and Jian Academy recruited Jin Dongming." The conversation continues, "I heard this mock test is going to be quite historic. I just hope the test turns out to be impressive." Someone adds, "I also heard that King Ganchel ranks 3rd in his academy." Meanwhile, King Ganchel and Kim exchange glances. King says nothing and simply walks past him. Kim thinks to himself, he must be a really good and powerful person in his academy. On the other side, the boy who was fighting earlier starts shouting again, "Is King Ganchel really here?" People start discussing among themselves, who do you think will win this time? A voice responds, I think King Ganchul will win. Sure, Li Don or Li Dongminute are impressive, but when it comes to skill, no one can match Ganchul. I even heard that the Order of Truth is trying to recruit him. Plus, since Hunter Mile Academy sent him personally, I am sure he'll win easily. Another person challenges, what are you saying? From which academy is he again? Someone points out, look carefully, he's from Hunter Mile Academy. Don't you think his academy would support him? A guy wearing glasses joins in and says, no, they wouldn't do that. Another person asks, why not? The guy with glasses explains, think about it. Even if he's from the same academy, a reputed academy like Hunter Mile would never resort to cheating. Everyone around agrees, yeah, that might actually be true. Big academies probably don't cheat. Suddenly, we see a hunter entering, carrying loads of weapons. He demands, why aren't you letting me inside? Seeing him, Kim becomes confused and starts thinking, how can someone carry so many weapons? There's no way he can actually use all of them. The hunter insists to the bodyguards, I am a participant. Here's my application form. The guard politely responds, sir, please go and stand in the line. When it's your turn, you tell I'll be allowed inside. Frustrated, the hunter points at King Ganchul and asks, then how did you let him in without standing in the line? The guard explains, he is from Hunter Mile Academy. He doesn't need any permission. Hearing this, the hunter makes a weird face and mumbles, so, that's what Hunter Mile Academy gets you, huh? The people standing behind him start shouting, hey, go stand in the line. We're already getting late because of you. The guards finally lose their patience, grab him, and start dragging him away. Even while being taken away, the hunter keeps shouting, there are no rules here. This is injustice. And then, a bodyguard approaches Kim and says, stop standing here. Follow me. Seeing the man, Kim starts thinking, I am now convinced that some really strange people have entered this exam. After that, the scene shifts, and we are shown the first test, a racing event. All the participants are taking part in a running test. Then we are introduced to a guy who says, my name is Pak Dong-suk. If I were to introduce myself, I would say that I am soon going to become a candidate from the Li Dong Hunters side. Honestly, I have enough abilities to get admitted into the top 3 academies, like Hunter Mile Academy, Eli Academy, and Jian Academy. But the biggest reason I want to join the Li Dong Hunter Academy is simple, I need money. In Korea, the tuition fees for the top 3 academies easily cross thousands of dollars. And frankly, I had no other choice. Li Dong was offering me a significant amount of money. Many people told me, better be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. But I never listened to them. Because if you are the tail of a dragon, at least you can still compete against other dragons. But if you are just the head of a snake, you can only fight against other snakes. That's why I decided to participate in the mocker exam, to feel accomplished. And honestly, I am very satisfied that I took part in this race, especially for this reason. Here, it's clear that he is talking about Kim. The mocker exam consists of 5 parts, basic endurance, mana proficiency, combat proficiency, dungeon raid, and personal combat proficiency. The first test is basic endurance. In the first exam, participants have to run 3 kilometers within 5 minutes. If someone completes it before the 5-minute mark, they can move forward. But if anyone stops midway or fails to complete it, they get disqualified. Simply put, the more you run, the better your endurance becomes. Then Dong-suk comments, I have already run 15 kilometers with this guy, and neither of us is tired yet. At this point, I have no choice but to acknowledge him, the guy running beside me. Soon, he starts panting heavily and says, just a little more. I need to beat him. I just need to get ahead of him to win. Dong-suk struggles to breathe, but still feels a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a message pops up, 5 minutes are complete. Everyone is told to stop. But we see that Kim is still running, while Dong-suk has already stopped midway. Dong-suk looks at Kim and says, this guy has clearly surpassed his own limits. Kim completes a full round and reaches Dong-suk. Dong-suk, seeing him, stretches his hand and says, congratulations, you've won. You know, because of you, even I managed to score better. However, Kim simply passes by him without even responding. We are then shown Kim's perspective where he thinks, well, this feels a lot easier than I expected. Meanwhile, behind him, Dong-suk mutters, maybe I was just being too generous. The scene shifts again. Now, a few participants are whispering among themselves, "Does he even look human to you?" Of course, they are talking about Kim. Kim is seen doing weightlifting, and to everyone's shock, he is lifting 600 kilograms. Everyone standing around is in complete disbelief. One of them says, "How is this even possible?" Another comments, "He doesn't look like a human being at all." Meanwhile, Kim, while lifting, calmly thinks, "Well, this is much easier than I imagined. I thought it would be way harder. Maybe it feels easy because I completed so many daily tasks. Perhaps that's why my endurance has improved so rapidly." Here, Kim becomes extremely happy and starts thinking, "I have completely mastered the power of Uproot Mountain. Because of this, I have gained a lot of powers. Now, I wonder what kind of abilities I will receive once I complete Hair Class's lecture." Thinking about this, Kim gets even more excited and continues with his exercises. Meanwhile, a person approaches Kim from behind and says, "Please stop. You have done an excellent job, but now we will be taking a short break." After a while, another person speaks to Ganchel and says, "Ganchel, you did a great job. Now, we will rest a little before the next game." Hearing this, the people around start talking among themselves, saying, "Well, I really like Ganchel. As I mentioned before, he's impressive." At the same time, Ganchel is lost in his own thoughts, thinking about the three main individuals from prestigious academies. He realizes they are only here to show off their fame and celebrity status. Then, a flashback scene is shown. Someone is speaking to King Ganchel, saying, "King, you must participate in the mock exam. Observe a particular person who will seem quite strange. His name is Kim Shozan. Apart from this, you have no other task. Just keep an eye on Kim's actions." Hearing this, Kim starts thinking, "This doesn't make any sense. Why would the Order of Truth assign me such a small task? Yet, they are supporting me and even sponsoring me. What could be the meaning behind this request? And who exactly is Kim?" Kim tries to recall and remembers hearing the name during the dungeon distortion incident. However, when he had seen Kim in the hall, he appeared to be just a normal and useless guy. Then, we see that many people are gathered, watching the screen in complete shock. Even Ganchel becomes confused seeing the huge crowd. He wonders, have the results been announced? Next, it is revealed that in the first endurance test, Kim Jan has scored 100 points. Second place is Lee Meinl. Third place is Kim Ganchel. Fourth place is Jin